It was on a hot summer night that I was out in the dark woods with my neighbor, whom I'm pretty close with. He was like extended family, honestly. The fact that I didn't even know we were going until that night when I was sitting at home in front of my laptop, playing video games. My neighbor came over to see me, and he asked me if I wanted to go camping with him and his family. It had been a while since we last did anything together, so of course I said yes. It would have just given us an excuse not to go to school for a couple of days. This was in September, so school had just started back up, and the coldness of fall had not yet come, so it was perfect. The next day, his family and I gathered our camping gear. We're driving down a dark road with tall trees on either side of it. It was getting dark quickly, so we had to turn the lights on, and unfortunately, which means we would have had to set up in the dark. So we're driving for about an hour or two, but it felt like it took forever. My friend's dad turned left at an unmarked intersection, where there wasn't even a sign saying that this was the right turnoff. The road got bumpy and rocky as he drove over this very raw, unpaved road. That's when we came across a large clearing, because all I could see around me was trees and darkness, where we stopped at this makeshift campground. I say that because there was no clear indicated spot to set up a tent, a spigot, a bathroom, or anything. This was truly camping just out in the middle of nowhere. Perfect. Now, I need to say that it was pitch black out, and it had gotten really cold now that the sun had set. We were also higher up in elevation, so we got everything set up quickly and decided we would huddle up in the tent together that my friend's father had set up for us. But I just had this feeling lingering within me that we weren't alone. Now, my brain was playing tricks on me, so I decided to step out and get some fresh air. It was eerily quiet until I heard this screaming noise. My heart began pounding fast, as if it knew what was coming. Then we heard a rustling noise in the bushes, more screaming from the woods. I was so scared that my friend told me to come back into the tent now. Not only could we all hear the noises, but then, as I got back in the tent and we shined our light, we could see something moving outside the tent. This shape. My friend's dad got a flashlight, shining it too at this object. That's when this thing began screaming and thrashing. Now we're all yelling, freaking out because we can see the shape of this thing more. It looked like an animal, but all we could see was this large shape, and it was terrifying looking. From the silhouette, it looked like an upright, deformed reindeer or something, and it had long claws. Were we being pranked? I wasn't even sure. It screamed again in our direction, and we just prayed for it to leave. It walked around our tent, and we all kept our flashlights shining at it through the tent material, only revealing its silhouette. But one thing I noticed is it never came closer to the tent. It's like it was pissed that we set up camp here in its area. I get it. This probably sounds like some sort of amateur creepypasta, but tell that to my family, my friend's family, and me, who have to deal with the memory of this thing. We stopped hearing it, almost literally, after we all pretty much urinated all over our sleeping bags out of terror. Surprisingly, none of us had any weapons on us. Somehow we all forgot. We got lucky that night, but who knows what would have happened if it were to come back, and possibly check out our tent. Now, of course, my friend's dad regrets that he didn't bring any weapons. He forgot. He normally always carries a pistol. I went home the next day, and we didn't get any sleep that night. What was designed to be a several-day trip turned into a quick overnight terror. I've not been able to go camping since. I don't think I ever will. And I'm also not sure what this thing was or where it came out of. I haven't really sat down to try and research either. I don't really care. I just want to get rid of this memory. I had been working as a forest ranger for almost 5 years. A ranger's day could consist of anything from collecting firewood to tracking down missing hikers. And my day began like most. I would wake up early, walking into work, grabbing my binoculars. As I was about to drive out of the forest, I got a call. That day, I was given a new assignment. I met up with another colleague, a fellow ranger, and we went to the center of this area where somebody had been reporting hearing strange screaming coming from around a cave system nearby. My partner and me decided that I would be able to handle it by myself. He had other things to do, and this was just another run-of-the-mill investigation for me. After he left, I headed towards that area where there had been several unreported mouths to this cave system. Now, let me give you some information. This cave system runs pretty deep, and there are guided tours, but I also know that this cave system is very expansive, and also having a lot of unidentified entrances and holes that can lead deeper into the system. These are also off trail, so myself, I've never actually experienced finding more of these, although I know hikers have reported finding many, and even leaving makeshift markers to let other hikers know this was an entrance. Parts of the ground here were also dangerous, meaning if you step on the wrong part, the ground below you could collapse, falling into a tunnel. So I had to be very careful about how I approached this entire search. The good news is, I wasn't hearing any screaming, so that could be good or bad news. The bad news meaning the hiker or whoever was stuck there could have been deceased or what. But the good news being that maybe the hiker had gotten themselves out. Anyway, my heart was pounding just by the sheer adrenaline of it. I didn't know why, but something told me to run. It was this feeling in the pit of my gut. As soon as I got there, right around the cavern system, the wind picked up, and everything seemed colder than it already was. A gust. Now, I could have begun my investigation in the main entrance, but as I was planning, I heard the scream. It sounded like a person, but they were maybe a couple 100 feet away, north. So I marched through the trees, looking, following the source of the screaming, yelling out, "Can you hear me? Can you respond?" And the screaming ceased. I followed along the rock wall and found this crude hole in the ground, maybe no larger than 5 feet. It was right by a rotted tree stump with only one branch on it. This, I knew, probably went down into one of the cave systems. This, by the way, was probably no more than 200 feet away from the main entrance. After crouching down, I was able to slide down at a 45-degree angle into this cave system, landing in a small chamber that I think connected to the others. I always carry a flashlight with me, so I took it out and turned it on. As soon as I did that, the caves plunged into darkness as my battery instantly died. That's when I heard a loud crash. I turned around, or I should say, turned to meet the noise, and my flashlight popped back on. There, like out of some sort of sick Stephen King novel, was this grotesque figure, large black eyes covering its entire body, stretching its arms out and moving toward me. And terrified, I wanted to turn and run, but didn't have time, as there was another one of these beings coming from the opposite side of the cave, approaching. I turned as fast as I could and fled up the 45-degree incline about the cave. Just as I was turning to climb up, I could hear a third one approaching from directly behind me. Now I had one coming from my left, my right, and behind me. This one, as I turned and looked, was larger than the other two. Completely terrified out of my mind, and the sounds of screaming were now apparent, coming deeper in the cavern. I don't know if it was an injured hiker, or if these things were making the noise, luring anybody into this tiny crevice, this chamber into the earth. Like I said, The opening to this cavern wasn't large, but I never in a million years would have expected to find things like this. This was horror movie status. I didn't tell anybody else about what I found, and kept it to myself. After climbing out of that hole, I ran, and I ran, and I ran some more. Getting back to the station later on, I didn't say a word. I knew the other rangers wouldn't believe me. And what would I tell them? That I found a cave full of half arachnids, half creatures? I mean, they'd probably think I was crazy. Now, I've kept this secret for a while, but how long can I keep it from the rest of the world? Will my story ever be told to other people? Or should I just stay quiet about what had happened? Let me just apologize and say, I'm sorry for the formatting of this story. I'm a terrible writer, and I am not a storyteller, so I'd apologize in advance. But these creatures that I saw were unlike anything I've ever seen. They really reminded me if you crossed a tarantula with a human. I mean, these were gross. They made this hissing, clicking noise too. I know it sounds phony through email, but it's really hard for me to convey emotion properly, at least through written communication. With all the information coming out anymore about missing hikers and seeing strange figures and shapes in the woods, and all the other bizarre happenings of 2020, I figured, hey, maybe now is an okay time to be open about my experiences, and hopefully not experience backlash. I was patrolling my usual forest trails at night. I've been a ranger for 8 years now, and nothing had ever scared me as much as this one experience that I encountered, well, what I think was a Bigfoot, doing my routine patrol on this night. It all started with me, walking along the same trail I do at night to do my rounds. Being Florida, it had rained earlier in the day, so everything was calm and peaceful, minus the puddles of mud here and there. The sun had set about an hour or two before, which meant it was exceptionally dark outside, although I was already used to this. The moon was barely out. I saw a few other rangers patrolling with me, but they had passed by, and somewhere out of nowhere, maybe about 30 minutes later, I was walking along the dirt trail when I noticed something appeared in front of me. A dark, large figure coming from the right side of the path and then crossing in front of me as it headed off into some thick brush off to my left. Palmettos, actually. This is directly where I patrol, meaning there should most definitely not be anything even remotely close to resembling whatever this thing was. Its speed is what surprised me and took me off guard, considering it didn't even give me enough time to turn around and see what it looked like. All I could make out was that it was jet black, very tall, and easily taller than I was. It moved quickly. I didn't even have time to react until after it had already gone into the bushes, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared, deep in the palmettos. My heart sunk, and I felt an odd sensation. It was this incredible feeling of fear. All I can think about is how much more dangerous it had just made my job that night. If there was some large animal out here that moved fast, was taller than I and larger than I, that actually crossed paths with me like it did, what else might be lurking out here? Would it cross paths with me again? Was this thing actually looking for me? As I thought about it more, I considered the fact that if something was after me, then maybe whatever it was might be prepared to attack. Although, I wasn't going to back down without a fight. I began getting angry. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me. But I was a few hours away from my shift ending, and talking myself into returning to the station, telling myself that if I did, I would be safe. If this thing is out there, it's just as much looking for me as it is anybody else. So now more than ever, getting to my ranger station was my only priority. I didn't really know what it was or what to think about it. but there was only one way to find out, and that was by continuing my patrol. Now I stood still for a moment, debating with myself on whether or not I should continue, remembering all the times going back home early had made me feel like a failure. Although I had never encountered anything like this before, it didn't mean there was nothing out there. It only means that whatever it was hadn't bothered me yet. But now that it had crossed paths with me, I might be next on this list of things to kill. That would have made me sick. The rest of my story is pretty uneventful. Unfortunately, after this, not a lot happened. I didn't see the figure again, and as I look back on this event and reflect, I believe I encountered a skunk ape, a bigfoot, native to the Florida Everglades. While it was probably harmless and didn't want to actually hurt or kill me, it was still completely terrifying. I still don't know if this creature was real or not, but that didn't matter, regardless of what it actually is. I'm convinced that whatever it was, it wanted to hurt me, or so I had convinced myself, and still wonder. I honestly don't know how to explain what had happened to me. I believe I saw some sort of Native American entity. I was working as a ranger for the city of Austin, Texas. I just had one left of our reserve campsites when a very strange thing occurred. This was about 10:30 at night. I was driving my four-wheel drive pickup truck on a dirt road that led back to the entrance of the park. The area is a wooded hillside spanning 200 acres and contains a very large number of wildlife. So, being nighttime and how many animals are nocturnal, I was watching out for signs of their movement on either side of me. It was quiet, and I was the only one around. I had been following the road closely when I got this strong sensation. The road, everything around it, dense woods. I looked up just as a deer ran out in front of my truck, directly in my path. It was something like 40 yards ahead of me. When I saw it, I reacted immediately by pulling onto the shoulder, slamming my brakes. The deer now was only about 10 feet away from my truck when I swerved and it vanished. As soon as it went out of sight, the feeling that had told me to look up subsided. Everything went back to normal. There were no other cars on the road. Of course, being just mine, I sat in place, trying to collect my bearings. My heart was beating fast and I had a headache, and I couldn't explain these feelings. What on earth? So something brought my attention to the hillside, right where the deer had come from, and that's when I saw movement, about 50 yards into the brush. It wasn't clear. I got out of my truck to inspect and walked up to the spot where I thought I had seen the movement through the tree line. The woods were pretty thick, but about 20 feet into them, there was a small opening and trees with lower branches and ones that were not as wide or tall. They almost kind of formed a natural corridor that maybe, I'd say, 50 yards opened up to the hillside before becoming obscured by the other trees and foliage. The ground sloped slightly upward, many leaves. I called out with my flashlight, thinking, why would there be somebody out here? It didn't make any sense. Thinking maybe I was just seeing things, or it might be another deer. There was no answer, and that was it. I assumed it was just my own paranoia. Now, I didn't hear anything move past me, so I decided to inspect further, because why not? Calling out loudly, I knew, at least I'm pretty sure, I saw movement. And again, there should be no reason at all why anybody should be this far out here late at night. The movement I saw was more like a person, not a deer. At least I'm sure of it. So I kind of very shortly walked up the hillside, never hearing a sound. I decided finally that okay, enough is enough. I'm gonna leave and head back to my truck. As soon as I got in, I realized there was something wrong. Something strange and paranormal, if you will. As soon as I got back in my truck is when I saw it. Coming out of the woods ahead of me, slightly up from where the deer emerged, is what I can only unmistakably describe as an apparition. It was this glowing, translucent being, but unmistakably a spirit. It shimmered, seeming to be faint but nearly transparent. It came closer to my truck and appeared as if it were getting bigger, but also darker and more solid at the same time. It was this light grayish color and then would grow darker in color, kind of pulsating. It just walked right past the front of my truck, with no fear or concern about my presence whatsoever. It just walked by like nothing was there, with some kind of purposeful stride, without having so much as even a look of curiosity. And then, right there in my view, just vanished, fading into obscurity. Not wasting a second, I flew my vehicle out of there, and my only mission in that moment was to go, 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 go. Before this, I thought ghosts were a joke. I had never been a believer in the paranormal, or what many refer to as the spirit realm. But after this, that changed my mind. And I'll never forget what I saw, but it wasn't until the following morning when I really kind of fully mentally processed what I saw. Surprisingly, because I didn't sleep that much. But a thought occurred to me, and I realized what had really happened. What I saw looked like a stereotypical image of a native. Long hair down to its shoulders, feathers, a headdress actually. My professional theory is that somebody, a Native American, has gone through this road many times before in their lifetime, and they're simply showing me something that happened here at some point along the way. Maybe they stumbled upon these woods at night, and for whatever reason, they were killed on spot by first contact European settlers, who probably had no qualms about killing anybody different than them, including women and children. I do not believe this entity or spirit to have been malicious. It didn't come off as that. It was just something that happened to them in their lifetime. This spirit was merely doing whatever some non-physical thing does when in the process of trying to relive what happened. It's a possibility that this spot is where these people might have killed or injured in an altercation. Maybe they were stuck between this world and the next. I don't know. Maybe they've seen my truck hundreds of times out here late at night over the years, and now I'm able to pick up on whatever it happens to come through here. Who knows? Anyway, that's my experience with the paranormal. Hopefully, it will be my last. I was working as a forest ranger up here in Anchorage when this happened. My job at the time was to patrol the remote areas of the park, make sure nobody ever lit fires they weren't supposed to, or throw litter when they weren't supposed to. I was equipped with my own radio and rifle with me at all times, in case I had to deal with any squatters or crazy people who came in the woods looking to do bad things, or maybe camping out at night illegally when they weren't supposed to. It was just before midnight on a Friday evening. I had been patrolling an area called Barney Creek. I hadn't noticed anything unusual happening, so I wasn't expecting anything like that later that night. But then I found a deceased person, a skeleton. More on that in just a second. On my way back to my car is when I saw this body lying across the trail that I'd been walking on. At first, I thought it was maybe an animal. This is due to the condition that the body was in. But as I got closer and looked again, I realized it wasn't a bear corpse or any other animal. This is because there was no fur covering its flesh. It had obviously died for quite a while ago. After shining my flashlight around the area more thoroughly, with a sense of growing apprehension, tapping into whatever bravery might be needed, I slowly approached the remains, took out my camera, before beginning to take pictures of the evidence. I was in no way prepared for what I saw when I moved much closer to take a look. The skull. It was pretty badly rotted, and there appeared to be a bullet hole right behind the left eye socket. Some brutal execution must have also happened, maybe even torture, judging by how bony and ripped out their chest area looked, without flesh, or what was left, covering up the ribcage. Whoever they were, somebody wanted them dead, and couldn't accept any opposition from whoever they were going after. This meant that whoever killed them was still around, and they'd be coming back. They could have been waiting out for me in the forest, possibly planning to take out their sick revenge on me. I had one mission: to get out of there as soon as possible and alert the authorities for backup. I had to run back as fast as I could, which was hard with how freaked out and terrified I was, still getting lost and occasionally trying to remember. Every time a branch or leaf would brush against me, I just suspected it was something that could kill me now, kind of like a monster's claw reaching up from behind bushes, ready to grab me by the neck and snap it like a twig. My heart raced with so much fear that I swear it was almost going to pop out of my chest without any warning at all. Finally, after what seemed like forever, I managed then to get away, but just collapsed onto the forest floor, completely exhausted. As soon as morning had arrived, I was successful in returning to the area, but the remains were gone. I couldn't tell if somebody had come in and taken them, or maybe some animal decided to bury their body under some dirt or leaves until fully decomposed. In any case, it didn't matter much because no one was going to find out who killed that person. But I realized afterwards, whoever did it might have been looking for me too. It's best not to say anything about my experience now while I'm still working as a ranger. Look, I don't know what happened, but here in Alaska at night, those skeletal remains still haunt me. I have never seen a cadaver in that bad a condition. But all I can say is, why didn't everybody just stay away from this area? Why did this happen? Who was this poor soul that got killed? It definitely looked malicious, like somebody had just left the body there. I mean, that's kind of obvious. Had it been an animal, it would have been eaten on, torn apart. But the body had been there for a while, and there were no signs of any animals even touching it. How strange, almost paranormal, if you will. I am a 20-year veteran in the Forest Service. I've worked as a ranger now for 12 years in my time. And in all my time working for the government, I've never encountered anything out of the ordinary. That is, until my last station job as a ranger at Gooseberry Falls State Park in Minnesota. It was quite possibly one of the most terrifying experiences I've ever had while on duty, and certainly not something I'll ever forget. Well, to explain how it happened, we need to go back about 6 months. Before that incident, I had been planning on retiring. My son had just graduated college and was looking to move closer to Minneapolis. So, once he made the offer that he would work part-time with me while he looked for a full-time position, I decided to pass up retirement and stay on the job. By the way, I should make a note that this was all pre-COVID. I had heard rumors of management positions opening up in the area. So, after discussing it with him, we both agreed that he would come back home for around 6 months, while I waited for the opportunity to present itself. I was first introduced to Gooseberry Falls State Park during my orientation as a ranger there, and they took us out into the park at nighttime. It was an amazing sight, getting to see all these bright campfires down below, from way above on top of the waterfalls. The rocks around the falls are very smooth and slippery due to years and years of erosion. You have to be careful if you want to climb down to view the falls at night. Our group had just finished our tour, and was going to head back towards our cars when one of my coworkers, Tom, suggested that we climb down the falls. Just, for the sake of it. I agreed, and we should have known better. And so did a handful of others who were nearby. As soon as we began climbing down, I sensed something wasn't right. But being fearless, I pushed those feelings aside as nothing more than nerves. It started out easy. Everyone traveling downward in a single file behind each other, staying close and yet far enough apart for safety's sake. Then, around 3/4 of the way down, things began to get a bit more dangerous. Tom fell. I didn't see him do it, but I heard the commotion. One of my other coworkers had seen what had happened, yelling up to us that he needed help getting Tom back up the rocks. 2 guys rushed down to assist in whatever way they could. And while Tom was being helped back up, one of my female friends called out for help above him, saying she was slipping. It turns out that one part of the path she had been walking, had gave way underneath and sent her tumbling downward. While this may have been scary in and of itself, what happened next could only be described as something straight from a horror movie. We're all standing there in shock at what had just happened, when I heard the sound of movement. I looked up, and there, at the top of the ridge, was this figure with long dark hair, watching me. It was terrifying. It was in all black, and had these faint yellow glowing eyes. It was in that moment that I felt my entire body give way, as if I suddenly lost control. The next thing I knew, I too was falling down to the grounds below me. Everybody rushed over to help save me, and one guy managed to grab hold of my hand while another wrapped his arms around one leg, for whatever little good that did. They tried pulling me back up, but it was no use. I looked down below, and I could see there were people trying to help my friend, though they weren't having much success. I knew then that we were all going to die right here on these rocks if somebody didn't do something fast. That's when I remember the park ranger telling us about one of the waterfalls in this area, called Lucifer Falls, which, for some reason, nobody had ever been able to find after climbing down to view it at night. It was said that once you get close enough, you could hear voices, supposedly spirits, whispering your name from below. Now, what is most troubling about this story is not so much what happened to me and my coworkers, but what happened with Tom and the female friend as they were being pulled back up to safety. Before either of them can make it out of the water completely, we noticed that their eyes had turned from their normal state into a solid black. It was like at this moment that my 2 coworkers realized that they were struggling with weren't actually Tom or the girl. I'll never forget hearing one of them scream as he pointed downwards towards whatever our friends had become. The other one, just before Tom and his girlfriend can pull themselves completely up onto the rocks, let go with both hands, jumping back down into the water below to avoid capture. We watched him swim off in the opposite direction, but by this time, there was nothing we could do to save him. We never did find out what happened to any of them after that day. I can only assume they were captured and are now being used for some sort of test subjects, for whatever their reasons may be. Just looking at my own hands now, I can still see the long dark hair growing in them, like I saw that day. That's why I'm warning you all not to venture down this path at night. As a matter of fact, it might be best just to stay away from these woods entirely during nighttime hours, like we should have. Whatever it is that inhabits these lands does not seem too keen on having people wandering around here at night. But if you are, be careful, for you may soon find the woods themselves can't tell the difference between friend and foe. I suppose it is expected that anybody who chooses to follow in the footsteps of Smokey the Bear would be possibly stuck in a few scary situations. That certainly was the case for me, as I spent my nights working alongside park rangers on some of the most dangerous and terrifying trails in the States. It's not what one might think about being a ranger, though. We don't spend every day sitting around watching deer graze or children play in the playgrounds. Instead, what happens behind those locked gates is something more akin to horror movies than a picnic. If you manage to find your way through these wooded corridors without being eaten alive by some wild animal or eaten after a bear, you could end up with some serious psychological damage. As my first summer as a ranger was coming to an end, I decided that I wanted to spend one last night in the woods alone. Not many rangers do that kind of thing anymore, but for me, it was sort of this cleansing ritual. My girlfriend had just broken up with me at the time, and I needed time to work through that emotional trauma. I knew there were other people who understood my pain. They would be likely willing to talk about the world ending when we got close enough in proximity. But every man needs his space from time to time, even if he is working with the confines of the law. To be honest, I wasn't really sure where to expect to be out there in the woods with no one else around. I had been alone quite a few times before, but never running into any real trouble. But this time, my mind was racing through the worst-case scenarios, and it almost felt like fate that I would get caught up in some kind of adventure by myself. Either I was going to find somebody who could relate to all my situation, or perhaps even fall for them as they helped me through it all. Anyway, I made it to the trailhead, eventually, and began hiking down towards it to my favorite spot at Lake Oroville State Park. The entire park is beautiful, located not far from Sacramento. But until you are actually standing deep within its borders, you can't truly grasp its beauty. I loved watching the weather roll in over the water, feeling the cold air as it rushed past my face and into my lungs, waking me up from a lazy afternoon nap. I felt at peace with myself every time I visited this spot, but not so much that other people bothered me. That's why this was almost certainly going to be a good night. I had just crossed over one of the small bridges leading across the lake when I heard something rustling behind me. More similar to low growls than anything else, really. It sounded like something was stalking towards me, perhaps a bear. The only thing about these sounds that didn't scream bear were its frequency. They were more sporadic than I would have expected. My ears picked up this distinct sound of footsteps, more than once actually, as if somebody were running towards me, directly through the thicket. Not wanting to meet with whatever was out there on my own terms, I scrambled for one of the trees and threw myself up into it to try and hide. Unfortunately, jumping back had cost me more time than I realized, and by the time that I reached around and grabbed hold of a branch, something hit me hard right in the side. You know, it feels like forever before I felt like landing against something soft and squishy. It wasn't exactly warm or inviting, so all of those other feelings must just be an illusion, brought on by adrenaline. It only took a single moment for me to realize what had been happening. That I had been wrapped at the ankles, waist, shoulders, and neck in some kind of netting. I didn't know what exactly it was made out of, but it wasn't rope. It was some sort of binding material. My hands were then completely immobilized by entanglement as well, so there wasn't much I could do other than struggle against my bonds. A dead-end endeavor, if there was ever one. Now, the first thing I noticed when I could finally see again is it was completely dark around me. All light coming from behind with only blackness ahead. 2 dim lights appeared along the walls on either side of me and began approaching slowly as my eyes would now adjust. They were really more like natural animal eyes than any sort of man-made illusions. Even worse, I noticed that the blackness ahead of me wasn't really coming from a lack of light at all. Instead, there appeared to be some kind of organic wall blocking out my view, spreading out across the room to each side. I had no idea how large this place was, but it must have been bigger than what I could see. One behind me and another in front of me. They made themselves known moments later. Footsteps. The noises were too far away for me to make out at first, but then I could hear they belonged to something, and more than two. Now at this point, fear began gripping my heart as I lashed out against my binds once again, only to find they hadn't been loosened in the slightest, or so I thought. We'll get to that in a moment. I was hauled from my small prison by several sets of long clawed hands that dragged over what appeared to be some kind of altar. It wasn't much different from one of those sacrificial altars, appearing to be used in ancient times for rituals meant to appease unworldly beings who were said to lurk within the space between two worlds. But this one seemed more like a place where people got together for satanic worship or other unholy activities. These beings holding me lured me down onto it and began weaving this sort of flower all around me while chanting something in this ungodly language. I was so terrified I swear I could have had a heart attack. I couldn't make out all the words, but I had no idea what this thing was or what they were saying. The entire group of these things began chanting in unison as they surrounded me, continued weaving more of this plant material around me. It felt like forever before they finally got to the last one. All I could do was just lay there on my back, completely immobilized by flowers, while these creatures circled around me once and turned their backs towards me. The chants stopped abruptly, and every creature but one turned to leave. The remaining one tossed this mask aside, revealing a set of devilish features underneath it. What I had been dealing with looked like a combination of wild feral human beings and kind of goblinish people. You know what it kind of reminded me of? The trolls or orcs in Lord of the Rings. Humanoid, feral looking, but also not human. That's what they reminded me of. It stood there, shaking its head from side to side, slowly with its arms raised upward as I tried to break free. Now, again, I cannot reiterate how terrifying this was. I had no idea what was going to happen, and I was convinced in that moment I was about to be sacrificed by some sort of under-cave dwelling creatures. I was so scared beyond belief. Then, this thing pulled its arm down, after shaking its head, and walked away. Completely immobilized, I tried my best to get out of my entrapment, and I believe it was the massive amounts of adrenaline exploding through my entire being that allowed me to break free. As I did, though, I could hear these things coming back, and I knew I had to escape as quick as I could. Once fully free, I started to run for it, escaping in just a matter of time, feeling my way out of this black organic labyrinth. I don't know if I was in a cave or what this was, but as I reflect back on these memories, I had so much flooding through my mind, I feel like I kind of blacked out. I don't really know if I remember much after that, but I do distinctly remember collapsing on the ground and being found later on. I know, that's probably very anticlimactic, but when the human body endures that kind of trauma, stress, it does things to the brain that aren't exactly normal. Anyway, I was treated at the hospital, ultimately taken back to the station, and sent home. I didn't actually believe what I experienced at first. I thought it was some crude nightmare or horrible hallucination. But it wasn't until later that I realized it must have been something that really happened, because I actually had binding marks around my ankles, my thighs, my waist, and my wrists. Those bindings were on tight, and I must have wiggled free enough that I loosened them. Like I said, whatever the bindings were this crude rope vine material. I've never seen it before in my life. None of them really believed me, though, when I actually got a chance to describe what happened. They thought I was either making it up or just had a bad nightmare. As you can probably bet, this incident has been difficult for me. At any rate, this is my story, and I hope you can get enjoyment from a real-life traumatic event. I don't care if you believe me, and if you choose to read this, which, by the way, you have permission to, I don't care if your readers believe me. I know there's something out there that lives underneath the ground, something that isn't quite human. This happened when we were going through the redwoods in California. This was a very remote part of California, so there were no cell phones or any kind of communication we could have used. The sun had not come up yet, and it was in one of the most isolated parts of the state. Or so it felt. I'd been camping with 5 friends in a very deep patch of forest in Northern California. We spent our days hiking around the woods, exploring, huddling around campfires at night to keep warm. My friends and I were all experienced hikers who thought we knew how to survive out in the wilderness. But this time, we went off trail for an adventure hike to one of the longest areas, which led into a heart of a mysterious part of the Redwood National Park, what we believed to be a secluded area. Due to how dense the foliage was, we assumed it had been remained unexplored by man for who knows how long. We knew we were getting deep into the remote areas, and the further we went in deeper, the deeper it became. It became more of a green labyrinth of trees that grew thicker and denser towards the center. We told ourselves that if we got lost, which was unlikely, I had gone on this type of expedition many times before, and it would be easier to find our way back by following our own footsteps until we bumped into a familiar landmark or area. Now, the sun set at around 6 p.m., giving us about 6 hours of sunlight left for hiking through this unknown, uncharted part. As night approached, my friends decided they wanted to take a break from hiking, just to relax, so they could recoup their energy for tomorrow's adventure. They built this huge fire, and we sat around, telling stories and eating. All sorts of stories. The night forest became alive with strange shadows dancing on the trees. But we kept our spirits high, telling stories of haunted places near where we lived back home. We talked about how frightening it would be if an axe murderer could get into your house, or even to find out in this dark wilderness where absolutely nothing was familiar. We laughed at each other for being scared, and after a few minutes, one of my friends put along a song of Elvis Presley. We all started singing along to it. Afterwards, we all stared deep into the fire pit and began to talk more about what scary things are out there. I'm sure some of us were thinking about Bigfoot or other monsters that supposedly live out here. At first, we all kind of agreed nothing really scary lives out here, and we were just kind of freaking ourselves out. And then strange stories began to come out more and more. One friend said he knew a story of a ghost apparently that lived up by a lake, and you could die just by looking into it. Yet another friend talked about how many people disappeared into Oregon's national parks, never to be seen again. David Paulides, missing 411, you know, the whole gamut. They talked about hidden creatures deep in cave systems, which people were being taken into. Yada yada yada. One of my friends even claimed he once saw a Bigfoot while hiking through Nevada. Every time somebody told a new story or took the rabbit hole deeper, it would just freak us out more, and then we'd laugh and make fun of each other for being scared. And we kept reassuring ourselves, there's nothing dangerous out here. Stop. But then everybody would jump as we all heard a sudden noise, which sounded like it came from a large animal. And then there was silence. That's when I began to think about how scary this deep forest was actually becoming. We were pretty far out here. I took my friend's story about Bigfoot seriously and started to tell them ghost stories. I told them about this Sandman who climbs through your windows while you're sleeping and steals your soul, never letting it return again. It's a character in children's books that comes at night and puts dust on your eyes. My friends were like, whatever man, you're so full of crap. But I laughed and even got a little freaked out myself because they kept talking about things being in the woods. Of course, I mentioned the Sandman thing to be jokingly, of course. But then, one of my friends sees movement over by one of the trees, which is covered in shadow. She screams and says it looked like somebody or something was trying to shake the tree behind it. We all look, and to our horror, there actually is something there. This large figure moving behind the tree. My friend, thinking it was a trick of the light or dark, grabs his flashlight, shining it in that direction, illuminating this partial figure. And just like out of a movie, we saw that this thing had these deep glowing eyes. That's when we all began screaming, jumping up from our camping spots, running to the tents. Some of us were grabbing weapons, while others were huddling in the tents for safety. This thing was thrashing through the brush, wailing like the most twisted, terrible animal you could imagine. We turned on our flashlights, desperately trying to defend ourselves with light, in case it came at us. But really, what would that have even done? Thankfully, we didn't see anything out there again that night. I can't sit here and say I'm an expert about what we saw. We were terrified. Nobody else knew exactly what they were seeing either. But I've never been so frightened before in my entire life. And for days after that, everybody was talking about how scary those woods are, or where it did go. We knew we weren't imagining things, because everybody saw it. Even I. And I was probably the least scared out of all of us. Even just a little freaked out. The weird thing is, we never reported the incident. It was as if we had all mutually agreed that it wasn't our place to tell anybody. I mean, we were probably trespassing on private property as it is. Nobody else should really know about this, right? In fact, the only reason I'm even sharing this story with you guys, I figured you could use more stories like this to put in your books or read to your audience, whatever. And also because I never want to see a thing like that ever again. So please, don't let me ever go camping again. But if you do, make sure you and your friends are drunk first, in case you run into seeing a Bigfoot, or so I think we did. I've always had a fascination with the deep woods. I grew up hearing stories of strange creatures like Bigfoot and critters like the Loveland frogman. Now, even as a kid, I was absolutely fascinated by these tales. Some people might think it's just kid stuff, but at night, when my parents would go to sleep, I could never fall asleep because all I could ever do was think about what lurked within the forbidden and mysterious forests that surrounded our tiny little town in here in California. It had been almost 20 years since they tore down the old abandoned factory right near where we lived. So, therefore, there weren't any more scary urban legends for me to be deathly afraid of. My parents said it used to be an evil place where bad people did things, like satanic rituals, animal sacrifices, that sort of thing. The story they told me, though, was of a man whose daughter got kidnapped while playing in the woods by something they referred to as the man with no face. Supposedly, he had no face, and if you ever saw him, you would die. They just used to scare me with that story. I mean, I guess my fascination with scary stories and experiences began pretty early on in life. As a kid, I really wanted to have an encounter with some sort of being from beyond. Growing up, there were many times where we went camping or hiked into what anybody would call the deep woods, right? With friends or hiking excursions, or even hunting and fishing. I've done it all. My father said that this particular forest area here in Cali was once thriving with bears and other wild critters. I always thought that was pretty cool. He said that in the early 1800s, it was actually one of the largest uncut forests in all of Cali, and there were thousands of buffalo roaming. My parents would tell me things like these in hopes to keep me out of the forest. They knew how fascinated I was with them. but sometimes my brain just couldn't stop thinking about what lived deep within its mysterious walls. I would sneak off for an hour or two by myself. The area I live in is similar to a haunted woods type setting. Lots of creeks, some of which run through waterfalls, old abandoned homes and factories, small lakes, big rocks and boulders, caves, sometimes hidden, and other natural formations with cool names like Devil's Slide and Devil's Punch Bowl. It's a very secluded area that hardly anybody ever goes to. I mean, it's so hard to get to. But I'm sure if you put in the time to get there, you would for sure have an encounter with something. I remember one day, after hours of fishing on this particular lake that is surrounded by woods on both sides, which pretty much describes any lake, right? Gosh, I'm terrible at descriptions. But I digress. There weren't any birds chirping or squirrels running around. The forest had gone silent. Pretty disturbing. On top of all that, we noticed how unusually dreary and foggy it had gotten all of a sudden. This was a warm day, with a clear, beautiful sky, just not even 30 minutes prior. It wasn't even foggy in the area, so where did this come from? I think maybe we get about 2 days a year where you can't even see past 20 feet. This was strange. We all figured it was from some sort of, well, we don't know. I guess I'm not really sure what to even come up with. I really have nothing to explain it. So we ended up packing up and heading back towards the car. We took this as our sign to abandon ship. The path we took through the woods were on both sides very thick, lots of overgrowth, bushes, and brush. Now to your left, there was this old abandoned dilapidated house. Then to your right, lots of full rocks, boulders, and eventually, if you went the path, it would actually take it to a cool waterfall. In that moment, I was so wrapped up in my own thoughts that my friend and I didn't even notice the figure. It slowly came closer, and when we finally noticed, we saw this eerie black figure walking towards us from another path. We got a really bad feeling instantly. We stopped dead in our tracks, looked at each other, wondering, what could this thing be? And waited for it to come and get us, for maybe a second, just trying to process and frozen in place. My heart almost beating out of my chest, but I couldn't run. Something inside me was telling me if I ran, this thing was going to catch us. Now, to describe to you what on earth this thing was, I can't. It was glitchy, if that makes sense. Electrical. It looked like a living, moving physical shadow of a man with an electrical outline, or kind of like a VHS tape does when it glitches out. Very staticky. It's terrifying. I mean, it made no sound, but you could feel this thing's energy projected onto us. We fled, without even hesitating another second, somehow able to fully convince our body to run. Now, this thing continued to pursue us. We ran and we ran, paying no mind to if this thing was really pursuing us further. I think at one point or another, I think we lost it. We had stopped to catch our breath, and the forest around us had begun to come back alive. I remember hearing the birds and thinking, oh, that's a wonderful sign. But the eeriness was still there. The feeling you could cut with a knife of dread was still lingering. We knew we couldn't stop in this spot for long. We were quickly looking around, in case this thing decided to show itself. Like I said, the forest was so thick, you couldn't see past 10 feet in front of you. It's amazing how something as dangerous and terrifying as what we just saw could blend right into its environment. We made it out, alive and in one piece, they would say. We never talked about it after that, but my friend and I still talk about it to this day. At least, we didn't talk about it for a long time afterwards, so only recently have we begun to talk about it again. Hopefully that's not too confusing and you understand me. Anyway, we mentioned to each other and recounted the events, just to make sure either of us were not crazy. We both remember it the same as the other. I'll leave you with some advice. If you find yourself walking alone through the woods on any given day, don't be so sure that there aren't paranormal entities around you. able to go in and out of this very existence that we live in. It was a cold, wintry night, and the year was 1998. I had just split from my girlfriend and was feeling pretty awful about it. My days were filled up with depression and isolation. I spent a lot of time in my head just basking in self-pity. One of my favorite pastimes was to walk into the woods at night, close to my house. There was a huge expanse of dense forest, home to many creatures. I did not feel any fear at all, but rather put on my rain jacket, a torch, and set off on my way. This was before phones or GPS, so I just had to trust my own intuition would bring me on the right path. It always seemed to work, for the most part. On this night, however, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was an eerie feeling, one that I had never experienced before. I just kept walking along my walk and shook it off. Depression could do these things to your mind, I knew. And about a half an hour into my walk, I saw something blue ahead. Now, I couldn't make out what it was, so I kept walking towards it. Strangely enough, I didn't feel that much fear, but rather a sense of curiosity. What other creature would be roaming in the forest at this time, especially one that was blue? Now, as I got closer, I realized the creature or person was about the same size as myself. It was sitting down on a small embankment beside the river. It seemed to have had a long blue trench coat on, and I just assumed it was somebody who liked to walk late at night and kept walking. But some primal part of my brain was causing me to feel anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd encountered danger. As I passed in front of whatever or whoever it was, I heard a gasping sound, and my head immediately turned to the sighting. It was the most petrifying, horrifying thing I'd ever seen. Its face was ghostly white, empty sockets for eyes that emitted this orange light. It had no nose, but rather just nothing. A small mouth. Its skin was white and pulled tight against it, as if it had been dug up from a grave. I tried to scream and then immediately began to run back, not looking. Every so often, my mind would seem to hear the gasping sound, and I began to run faster and faster, anticipating that this thing was following. When I got home, I dropped to my knees and thanking the Lord for sparing me. I had no idea what it was that I encountered in the deep woods, but to my untrained eye, it appeared something supernatural and demonic. I still have nightmares about this incident to this day and just wish it never happened. But needless to say, I live very far away from that area, and I have no reason to visit there. But the memory is still etched into my brain. The eyes of the creature, its mouth and its skin, everything about it. I know I should probably try counseling for this incident, but it's just too traumatic to talk about. That's why I'm writing this down. Maybe this email will help me clear up my mind. I suppose I should give you some context. This happened in the mid-'80s in New Orleans, Louisiana. It was a hot summer's day, and we were all getting ready for my eldest daughter's wedding. We had been looking forward to the event for months. We all couldn't wait. In the weeks prior to the wedding, my youngest daughter had been acting strange. She kept staring out of her bedroom window, gazing out into the woods beyond, and even seemed distracted. When we tried to get her pumped up for the wedding, she didn't show any real interest. How odd. I was worried. My youngest, whom we'll call Tammy, has always been very vivacious and excitable. I had no idea what was going on with her. The night before the wedding, we all went to bed pretty early, including myself and my husband. Now, it's important to note, I woke up at around 2:30 a.m. as I heard a strange sound. Remember, I'm a brave girl, and I felt no need to wake my husband, who could usually never be roused from sleep anyway, especially during the night, and once he's out, he's out. So I put on my housecoat and my slippers, walked down the stairs to investigate. My mind was still confused from having woken up from a deep sleep, so I didn't notice immediately that Tammy was staring out from the patio door into the woods. Tammy was around 8 at the time and was dressed in a long white nightgown. I called to her, but she didn't answer. As I moved in closer, I was getting exasperated and scared. I had no idea what was wrong with my daughter, or why she was looking out so much into those woods. But as I took her head and led her back to bed, I gazed out too and saw something terrible and frightening. It appeared to be a man, but not a man. Rather, some sort of creature in the form of one. Chalky, burnt skin, wrapped in what appeared to be this cloth. As I looked closely, it had no eyes, but rather 2 large hollow holes. Its nose, too, was caved in and looked more like a beaten-in skull. This thing was terrifying, and terror filled my entire soul, and I wondered, what in the world was I looking at? Would we have to call off the wedding? This was clearly what my daughter had been so transfixed with for the last few weeks. Immediately, I raced up the stairs and put my daughter to bed, and got into bed myself, hoping that the creature would spare myself and my family. I had no idea what to do. Would people think I was crazy if I told them? Would the authorities put me in a mental institution? This was also the mid-80s, and mental health just meant somebody was crazy and dangerous. So I just went, fast asleep. When I awoke, I wrote an account of everything I had seen, but I have kept that documentation hidden for many years now. I am only now ready to share it if you want to reach out to find more. Tammy was never the same after that incident, and has spent much of her life in and out of mental institutions. I work with the University of Paris. It's my job to explore the deep woods, identifying strange and fascinating animals, gathering as much evidence as I can of new and endangered species. It's a wonderful job, really, but occasionally you do encounter some really bizarre things. As a matter of fact, one of these times was around 2004, back when I was just a rookie trainee. I was buzzing with the newness of the job, fresh out of college, and had such an enthusiastic energy to work. I went on a hike up a nearby mountain with 2 of my colleagues. The mountain overlooked a vast expanse of forest, and you could just see rows and rows of trees as far as the eye could go. It was a wondrous and beautiful sight. As we reached the peak of the mountain, we decided it was best to camp out. It was still a calm and wonderful night. However, it didn't remain still and calm for long. That night, at around 2 a.m, I was awakened with my colleagues by a loud yelling. We unzipped our tents and immediately charged off to investigate to see what it was. We seemed to grope around in the darkness and saw nothing or any evidence of what this could have pointed to. Eventually, we all just walked to the embers of our campfire and huddled around. It was dying out, but we decided to wait for a few minutes to see if whatever made this noise would maybe make an appearance. I, for one, was super excited, as I thought I was going to get to see something maybe cool or edgy. I went to grab my camera, but at that moment, we heard a gasping sound. We turned around and saw something I've never seen before. It looked gross, like this pale-looking thing on all fours, crawling around. It didn't have much of a face, but knowing what I do now, my only guess is that this was a crawler, I think they call it. It ran off and scurried, and I tried to trace this thing, but it was already gone. The only thing I saw was its bright white skin. My eyes were able to lock onto it, but not for long. The initial excitement and youthful curiosity I felt had soon dissipated, and I felt a sense of dread, and also a sense of rightful arrogance at thinking I knew or had the capacity to understand the extent of the full natural world. Here before me was something that looked so different than anything I had ever been accustomed to, and my heartbeat grew louder by the second. My two colleagues were hyperventilating beside me. Would we be killed by the beast, or would our own lungs be overcome with weight of the horror before us, and eventually drown our young bodies of oxygen? I could tell this thing was still watching us from the woodline. It wasn't too far in the shadows. Its disgusting-looking face, I'll never forget it. I had always been filled with a sense of wonder within nature, a sense of how each species is wonderful and ultimately deserves a place. But I knew if I had a gun, this thing would have been dead, no hesitation. This and the natural realm was no part to play together. The creature, after an hour, seemed to wander off and be gone. At least, that's when I stopped feeling watched. We would still hear weird sounds from time to time, but I almost wonder, maybe it was hunting prey and we got to see it, whatever it was. Why had we not been killed? Did it not want to come after us? To the untrained eye, this thing looked violent, something that had been awakened in our senses. Maybe we disturbed its territory, I don't know. Anyway, after the sighting, myself and my colleagues stayed up and just huddled together around the dying embers of the fire. We cradled close by when the sun began to rise. That's when we got up, began packing our stuff. As I had my backpack on, we were exiting. I looked back one final time at the small plot we had camped on, gazing out into the greenery, lit now by the morning sun. I could have sworn I saw this thing again, peering out at us, watching us leave its territory. But I knew we had crossed something, some boundary or regulation, that we had somehow maybe awoken within the forest. It might sound cheesy to say an ancient forest, but again, I have never seen anything like this, nor did I know it existed. In fact, the only reason I called it a crawler is because one of my friends brought this to me once I explained what I saw. He's really into, I think you call it cryptozoology, so he knows all about this stuff, and explained to me that there's a cryptid called a crawler, and said it almost matches identical to what I saw. So I can't claim that is what I saw, but I guess it would make sense if cryptids exist. Although, to be honest, I've never really given cryptids much of a thought. Hell, I barely even know anything about Bigfoot. But that's my experience. Take it or leave it. I was 15, and I was walking home from school. It's fall, so the days are getting shorter now. Walking down a neighborhood street that leads to my house, I noticed something in the corner of my eye as I turned onto the corner of my street. It appeared to be like a wolfman creature standing at the end of some woodline, poking out. Immediately, I was transfixed and virtually had no idea what it was I was looking at. I kept staring at the creature and saw that I thought it was about maybe 10 feet tall. But I can tell you, it was for sure covered with this jet black fur, looking very similar to that of a dog. The beast kept looking at me, and I noticed it was not fully a dog, but rather had the characteristics of that of a human. It was a distressing sight, and one that made me feel quite ill. I kept walking briskly to get home. When I did, I immediately told all my family, and they still don't believe me. It's taken me 18 years to put this down, but I know it's time. Time to heal and make sense of the trauma that has latched itself onto my life. See, I'm much older now, obviously. Married and have 2 kids. I'm 34 and have the most wonderful husband in life. But I can't forget what happened in October of 2003. It's funny. As time goes on, it seems a world away now. A strange time when technology did exist, but we couldn't do much on it. Not like now. A little background on me. I was the youngest of 5 girls and lived with 3 of my sisters and my parents in our large country house here in Ireland. I'll never forget the night when my elder sister and I were arguing over something silly. I think she had broken my hairdryer with her naturally curly hair. That always seemed to be getting in my way somehow. We had a huge argument in the top room, as we called it. That is the living room, which was situated at the top of our house, which was built on the almost vertical slope. From the top room, we had a huge window that had a view of the surrounding countryside. Fields beyond fields, the perfect scene to gaze out on and meditate. I mean, neither of us were focused on the scene, but rather were furious with each other. We were home alone, so no parents were there to intervene. As we continued screaming, we saw a flash of purple light come from the window. It was October here in Ireland, so it was pitch black. So the immediate flash of light was startling, causing us both to scream. I looked at my sister and watched as the color completely drained from her face. We both thought perhaps it was a car passing by the country road below. "It's Dad," my sister said. "He must just be pranking us." My dad was a notorious prankster, but even I felt he couldn't pull such an elaborate prank. Not like this. I edged closer to the window and looked out. The fields below me were cloaked in darkness, and in the distance, I could see some lambs resting on the grass. All seemed serene, or so I thought. My sister screamed again, pointing in the direction of the lambs. I stuck my face to the window, raised my hands around my temples to focus, looking out, scanning for anything unusual or dangerous. She told me she saw something move, out there, beside the lambs. Something dark. I reprimanded her, told her it could just be a cow or maybe a bale of hay. But she was even paler now. We both remained in the room and just decided to watch some TV. Although, as we stared at the screen, I know for a fact that neither of us could enjoy the program, but were feeling a sense of uneasiness and dread. The next thing that happened was probably the worst moment of my life. The purple light flashed again from the outside, filling our top room with a startling purple light. It then seemed to zap completely, and once again, we were immersed in total darkness. My sister and I both screamed and ran to comfort one another. We both naturally looked out at our surrounding fields for any evidence of what could have caused this light. We didn't need to look out at the fields. About 10 yards away from us, outside our window, and right beside our car was a monster or beast such as I had never seen before in real life, or in any movie since. It was maybe 7 to 8 feet tall, towering over my modest Clio car, and staring dead at us in the face, with a look of curiosity. This creature was standing like that of a human, but covered in matted fur. It had a huge six-pack, rippling muscles all throughout its calves and legs, chest and arms. This thing looked like a flipping dog bodybuilder. We both stood at the window, transfixed and unable to process or comprehend what we were seeing. My sister moaned in terror, and she said, "We're gonna die." And she broke down right there. I couldn't respond. My eyes were just glued to this creature as I traced its broad shoulders, coated in this dark fur. I studied its face, which was both dog and human. It looked disgusting. It could have looked remotely handsome had it not been for the fang-like teeth or the small beady yellow eyes. This thing looked like it was full terror. I didn't know what to do. I was locked in a stare. It must have been about 15 minutes when a car drove past our house and the headlights illuminated this beast. At this, it got down on all fours and scuttered into the hedges, fully disappearing from sight. The electric went back on immediately, and we both felt utterly grateful that this beast had not come any closer or tried harming us. After that incident, we told our parents, who in turn then informed the police. They took down all the information and passed it on to an environmental agency whose specialty it is to deal with wild animals. The person told us that there were strange sightings in the area, but conclusively didn't have enough evidence to make a move on it. And of course, the police didn't want to deal with it. I mean, this could have been a major news story. They were really just wanting to bury it. But I just thought of that creature and what it truly could have been capable of. What if it could have harmed a child? Could the thousands of people missing in Ireland have been caused by this apparition of a creature? All these questions not only haunted me then, but they continue to haunt me. Although it's been 18 years, I still can't shake the memory out of my head, nor can my sister. We both want answers. I don't live very far from where the incident took place, and my family still live in the home to this day. I can even look out my bathroom window and see the garden, the top room, where 18 years ago, 2 young girls stood in black terror, facing death straight in the eye. I clutch my kids tightly when the memory comes back, when they play outside, amongst the green fields and the golden sun. I don't take my eyes away. If I do, I can't find them. Terror fills my being. I have a feeling the creature is still out there somewhere, and I'll die myself before I let my children be harmed by this thing. It was a relaxing morning, by all accounts, and I had just finished my shift at the hospital I'm working at. I'm trying to recall exactly, but this would have been early October, around last year of 2020. COVID cases were going up fast, and things were getting scary. Every day, I began to feel more and more hopeless. Being a doctor during a pandemic is no piece of cake. Well, this morning was destined to be just for myself. I was making an omelet, assembling all my toppings on my chopping board. The cooking is immensely relaxing to me, and I was feeling all well this morning, trying to remain positive. However, I had woken up with a scratch on my neck and noticed when brushing my teeth. To be honest, it freaked me out as I didn't know what in the world had happened. However, I dismissed it and thought I must have moved awkwardly during the night, right? I set down my omelet on a plate and then went to use the bathroom. As I came down to the kitchen to get my food, I noticed it wasn't there. I paused and was confused. I then began to doubt myself and checked everywhere. I began to think I was having maybe a concussion and was getting freaked out. However, at that moment, I heard a growling sound and looked out on the patio. On my patio was the strangest creature I had ever seen. It was crouched on the ground, covered in fur, and it resembled some type of ape dog thing. It had large fang-like spikes jutting out of its back, like they were some kind of weapon. Lo and behold, the creature was sitting there, waiting for me, like it was wanting to pounce. It was that of dog and man, I guess, intertwined. Its eyes looked wild and feral, but very human. It had large teeth like a Rottweiler, and its face was coated in this thick mane. Think like a lion's, but black. It was terrifying. Instantly, I felt sick to my stomach watching this thing inches away from me. I debated whether or not I should call somebody, but it was immensely difficult to move a muscle. I began to fear I was just having a hallucination. My aunt actually, after all, had suffered from manic mental health issues and had similar sightings, so I wondered if maybe the stress of the year had caused me to have a breakdown. But I know what it was that I saw was more than real. It was before me, as real as any object in nature could be. I mean, all sorts of questions began firing off my head. What was this? Why was this here? What did it want from me? And more importantly, what is this thing capable of? I began to understand why some people like having guns. If I had a gun, I would have no doubt shot this thing in the face. This creature continued sitting there, eyeing me, like it was waiting for the right moment, as if it wanted me to make the first move, like it was being sly, as if I had somehow accidentally caught it in the act of doing something, and now, last minute, it was trying to make a move. I focused and concentrated, running to grab my phone. I called the police and explained everything, and unfortunately, by the time they arrived at my apartment, there was no trace that this thing had even left. I explained my job and the stress I was under to the police, and they left me in peace, thanked me for my service. However, I knew what I saw was real. This being or creature or animal, whatever, was an actual flesh and blood thing. I'm not crazy. I've never had hallucinations like that in my life. It is something out of this world. I also feel like it's important to note I don't watch your fancy horror movies. That's not me. Hell, with the pandemic, I hardly have time for anything. Something, dare I say, otherworldly, and all my scientific reasoning is not enough to explain or comprehend what this was. I just hope that I never see this thing again, and it leaves my brain, my community, and myself in peace. Luckily, I'm pretty busy to distract myself, so I don't have these thoughts intertwining in my day-to-day life. Thank you for being an outlook for people like us. Even if our stories don't always sound the most believable, I know there's somebody like you who allow us to vent and share and express our stories. Most people enjoy hearing the stories of cryptid sightings and encounters. Cryptids are creatures such as Bigfoot, lake monsters, and even mythical beasts like dragons, griffins, or yes, mermaids. Lake monsters are infamous in most lakes across America. They've been known to terrorize whole towns and villages into ultimately changing the way of daily life and travel, steering clear of the waters or others such as Champy, who bring in tourists who want a chance of fame and fortune. There are certain places that you can buy Bigfoot magnets and keychains, and also postcards of the Jersey Devil. These, my friends, are the same type of people who enjoy tours of haunted houses and ghost walks, then return to their cozy homes and it's all over. But for some of us, it's a lifestyle. We don't talk about it. Well, we respect our monsters, and we have seen what can happen if someone does try to break the silence. I can tell you that my name is kind of under wraps, and even where I live, I'd prefer to keep that anonymous too. Just know that it is one of the northern states in the US. You will likely never have heard of our cryptid. There's a good reason for it. We don't talk about her. Yes, that's right, her. While most of these tales seem to involve creatures with no discernible gender, or people assume that they're male due to perhaps stature, ours is very much feminine. I remember the first time I heard whispers in the playground during recess about the witch in the woods and the lady in the lake. Some of the kids have heard stories from older siblings, and of course, there was arguments over who was right. Of course, it was neither of them. Our cryptid isn't a witch, and although I consider her female, she's not actually a lady, and she resides in the mountains. Only a few people have ever actually seen her, and those sightings are far and few between these days. Much like the old stories of mermaids and sirens, she appears as great beauty to start with, but soon, much like a succubus, reveals her true form. Those who have lived to tell, she doesn't apparently spare everyone, which is why hiking in these particular areas are forbidden. Say she is around 8 feet tall, practically skin and bone. What skin is left is gray and rotting, hanging off her bones, exposing her ribcage and spinal column. Due to her height, her limbs are extended, and her long fingers can rip a man in half. Despite the state of her skin, her hair is said to be wispy black and reaches long down, an almost skeletal-like face. The skin that remains is pulled tightly across all of her grotesque features, making her eyes stick out and displaying sharp teeth like fangs. And if all of that alone wasn't enough to frighten you, she also is said to have large, leathery black wings. She keeps those tucked behind her. If she opens them, run. Yet, despite all of this, her utter terrifying appearance, she leaves us alone. She never does venture down into our town, and we have been able to keep up on the bears and wolves in the caves to deter any strangers from deciding to take a hike up there. Some have said that she is a descendant of the Fae. Others may be a banshee. Look, whatever she is, I don't care. She seems fine, so as long as we leave her alone. Most of us believe her to be a guardian of sorts. We've had more than our fair share of good luck and fortune, minor miracles and the like. If somebody wins a raffle or gets all the clear on a medical exam, they give a nod to the mountain. But as I said, we have rules to follow. It hasn't happened for a while, but back, just before I was born, I guess there was a man who had tried to talk to a reporter about her from the city. I guess he somehow managed to collect various stories from her around town, even made a sketch, and plotted out some of her sightings on a map. He loaded it all into his vehicle and headed off to the city where he was due to meet the reporter. I guess he was somehow involved in a head-on collision, dying at the scene. The car bursting into flame with nothing left. 2 days prior, his wife had died of a heart attack. She was a gym teacher, 35 years old, very fit and healthy. Maybe these were coincidences, but our town doesn't believe that. I feel there's some sort of supernatural blanket laying on top of anybody who wants to investigate this further. We don't talk about our monster, and everything is fine. You won't find postcards or bumper stickers in our gas stations. If a stranger comes to town and asks about sightings of something strange in the mountain, we tell them about the wolves, the bears, the cougars, you know. Sure, we may even throw Bigfoot a bone here and there. Because the sheer drops and the dangerous caves, well, yeah, there is nothing unusual or unexplained in our mountains, we say. They are closed off. Too dangerous. You don't want to encounter an angry bear, right? Or trip over an unseen ledge, plummeting to your death, do you? I mean, it usually works that way, right? Unless somebody thinks they're brave enough to be a hero. They generally don't come back. We know what's happened. We did try to warn them. Of course, it does make me wonder. If we are one small town with a very big kept secret, how many others are there out there? How many more of these things are watching over people, keeping the peace unless spoken about? You think we're an exclusive instance? No. I had heard from many other stories. I guess there are small villages in Brazil and South America that face a very similar situation. Everybody knows about it, but they don't really mention it to outsiders. Except their beings they face are harpies, or female-like entities. I don't know if that's our case or how that works, but it's strange. And being a cryptid paranormal investigator, I feel that I should be finding these things out. Anyway, let's keep communication open, and I'll let you know if I find out anything else. As always, take care. This is my story. I get it, it's not the best, but I've attempted to tell it as close to accurately as I can remember. My name is Lauren Chambers. Obviously, it's not my real name, but that's what I'll go by for this story. This happened when I was 19. The beginning of this tale begins with a deceptively normal day in June at about 7 a.m. while walking my dog. At the time, I still lived at home with mom and dad, taking a year off before college, and one thing they asked for help with alongside regular chores was to walk the dog. Even though that meant getting up early, it was fine. And to be honest, especially during the summer, it was better to wake up before the sun got too hot, and I enjoyed the fresh air and exercise. You see, Duke was a yellow lab, and still full of life, enjoying his long runs and playing catch with a nasty old tennis ball that he loved. We usually always took a particular route to the woods behind the house, almost exactly an hour every day, and arriving home to a nice hot cup of coffee, as my parents were getting ready, being busy for work. Except on that specific day, the ball had decided to land way further away than usual, get caught by a gust of wind, and end up sailing down the stream. I would bet for any other pet owner, this wouldn't have been an issue. You could probably just fool your dog with another ball, right? Not our dog Duke. He'd had that ball for ages, and he would not stop barking and howling at me until I made the effort to try and fetch it out, which was how we ended up further into the trees and way down past the water than we'd ever been. Duke, of course, was having the time of his life. So many new smells and new trees for him to pee on. And for a short time, even I thought it might have been a blessing in disguise that we somehow ended up in this new, undiscovered part by us. There were far more trees on this side of the water, and even though dawn had been gone and the sun should have been shining through, I noticed it was much darker due to the sheer density of all the branches, leaves, and foliage. It was never exactly partly central in there. We were lucky if we saw one other crazy person with their dog, or occasionally a morning jog. But it seemed even less likely that we would come across any living creature, let alone a human. Duke was busy rolling in something I probably didn't even want to know about, when all of a sudden he stops. At first, it seemed comical. He was just laying there on his back with his legs up in the air, looking like a beetle that had gotten stuck. Then, his demeanor changes instantly. He starts whining. I thought maybe he was hurt. He had rolled on a porcupine maybe or something. So, as I begin going over towards him, he suddenly jumps up, running back at me, barking and growling. Looking back, I realized he was trying to warn me. At the time, though, I was very confused and off-put by this behavior. Then, I heard another growl, only I was looking right at Duke, and I knew it wasn't him making the sound. My first thought was that maybe there was another dog out there, and of course this dog wasn't happy that we had found his secret space, or, something along those lines. So I quickly scanned all around, and I even called out. I had to see who was there. No answer, obviously. Just another louder and closer growl. I then noticed what we must be close to is the far end of the woodland, before it turns into a massive cavern system, eventually leading off to a huge lake, which actually used to be a giant quarry and had fueled many campfire scary stories over the years. I think mainly about ghosts and other spooky noises you could hear there late at night. I know. Being in high school and going through campfires, I'd heard all about it. Stories that'll make your eyes roll from being so cheesy. But now, that was becoming a reality. Screams from the workmen who lost their lives filling it in. The usual kind of tales. All sorts of things were going through my mind. It can't be a ghost. This isn't nighttime. It can't be. I'm not close enough to the water. All sorts of crazy stuff, and as I realized how hard my heart was thumping, I should have just run. I would have if Duke wouldn't have just gotten up and followed me. But he decided too that he was scared, and he would be all submissive and roll over on his back again, showing his belly to the growler, showing that he was a coward. And that's when everything changed. We saw it. It crawled out of the mouth of one of the cavern openings. It didn't appear much bigger than Duke. but it was crouched over, spine all bent, so maybe it would have been taller had it stood up. It was completely white, blindingly so, like fresh snow. I didn't notice a proper face, just sort of a hole. It wasn't human-like, but it had human features, like a human body, crouched over, kind of crab-walking. It seemed to have limbs, but whether they were separate arms and legs or legs at all, I didn't hang around to investigate any further. It began to make this clicking noise. Well, its head was kind of pointed too, and again, no eyes. That was enough. Me and Duke bolted. We ran as fast as we could back through the trees and over the water. We didn't stop at all, not even to take a breather, until we got back home. Duke shot into his kennel, refusing to come out until later. I had to bribe him. For a few days, I had to literally drag him into the forest. Even though we were even barely made it past a yard, we never took the ball back again, just in case. And Duke passed while I was at college, unfortunately, and I strongly advised my parents don't get another dog. I never told them or anybody else what we saw, but I know whenever I hear somebody hearing a ghost when they've been down to the lake, it isn't a ghost. I believe it's something far, far worse. The only thing I could think of is maybe I had a sighting of a crawler. It's the only thing that would make sense. What's your opinion? Tribal Elder Malik, we'll call him, was a medicine man for the Bismarck tribe. He lived in a small village outside of Recluse, and oftentimes went on vision quests into the wild to find herbs and plants with healing properties that could be properly used by his people. This specific journey would take him far away, but was to gather a very specific herb to help one of the younger children who was having trouble sleeping, and when he did, suffering terrible night terrors that were affecting the entire family. They were good, hard-working people, and Malik wanted to help them and their young son get the rest and peace they needed. He was very important and well-respected. In the community, he was known. The people were grateful for his knowledge in both gathering and administering the treatments. He was used to being away for some days at a time, whilst he found very specific things to use in his medicines. Very unusual plants that can only ever be found in certain places. Because he was a quote-unquote healer and a kind man, nature seemed to embrace him, allowing him to discover and take such things, as if it knew he was only using them for good. He always came back from his missions happy and with the required items, having felt safe during his travels. He was a very solemn and wise man, except for when he was healing somebody. Then, his smile brought joy to the entire community. But something happened on the last mission. Something caused him to return to the tribe empty-handed, without the much-needed ingredients to help the poor family and child who were suffering. He returned home with much sought, instead of sharing stories with others, retreating into his home, refusing to leave and come out for days. When he finally did feel ready to share what had occurred on his quest, the people were all stunned. There had always been stories of skinwalkers, whispers around campfires, and warnings akin to the boogeyman under the bed. Although there was nobody in the tribe any longer who had witnessed such things. In the days when Malik was a child, there had been plenty of tales of those who could take on the form of another. This was usually an animal, and occurred either by wearing their skin on their pelt or strong enough. The person could possess another human, either controlling their mind or mimicking their body, hence walking in their skin, skinwalker. It was believed that this was bad magic, that only those who had committed the worst kind of crimes and atrocities were able to do such things, and that the acts were only performed with nefarious intention. Malik had told the family that it would take several days to reach the exact spot, the plant that he needed. Now, He finally felt able to share with them why he had returned, without the much-needed plant root to help their son. When he had first spotted the deer, he never for one moment imagined that it seemed to be following him. It was hardly unusual to see wildlife, since his quest took him deep into the forests or mountains, and the animals usually paid him no mind. Again, just seeming to accept he was there for good reasons, and to help people. It wasn't like some Disney movie with all the animals racing over to him. But they weren't bothered by him either. He'd seen the creature a day after he began his travels. He took notice of this particular deer just because of the unique-looking pattern on its hide and strange piercing eyes. Eyes that did not appear quite right, although he could not think of a good reason why that would be so. He didn't approach the animal, as he did wonder if it might be diseased somehow, and that was affecting the eyes. Although not afraid, it was only a deer after all. Malik still felt some trepidation, and then he saw it again. The exact same deer, since he'd recognized those markings and strange, not right eyes anywhere. Only, it was now over a day later, and he had spent much of the time moving. This seemed to be an impossibility, and he was quite rightly spooked by the incident, yet carried on. It was not yet enough to send him home without the thing he was searching for. By the fourth day, he had almost forgotten about the strange, coincidental encounter, until he saw it again. This time, he knew it was no accident. The creature was following, tracking him, and there's no way that this could just be a regular deer. And in that moment, Malik understood what was following him. He looked into the eyes of this deer, searching for recognition. When it came, he nodded, showing that he knew what he had to do. And he turned right around and traveled back to the village, arriving for the first time since he had taken up his post, empty-handed. The family, although sad and confused, understood why Malik did it. They knew they may not always know the reasons behind certain actions, and that they should trust this wise man. They asked if he would tell them who the skinwalker was, as he had indicated in his recount that there had to have been a sense of recognition when he looked into the eyes of this deer. Malik had shaken his head and said no. He had indeed recognized that the eyes were strange because they were human, and human eyes do not belong to an animal. The family had accepted this, as the medicine man had never lied to them before, or gave them any reason to distrust him. However, they knew he was holding something back. They just didn't know what or why. Malik knew they wouldn't ponder for too long, that although disappointed, they would accept what had happened, perhaps even try some traditional remedy bought from a store or prescribed by a doctor. It was far better that they didn't know that he had of course recognized those eyes, and upon arriving back, had popped round to the great-grandmother of the boy who was having trouble sleeping and night terrors. Whilst declining a cup of tea, he had taken his seat on the porch for a few moments as they briefly spoke about the weather and admired the deerskin pelt with the unusual, unique pattern on the rocker. This is a story that's always been passed down from my family, from my tribe. I hope you enjoyed it. It's one thing that we've always suspected. The grandmother had been a long-term witch, and she had cursed the boy in the family for outcasting the grandmother earlier on in life. Now, as far as specifics, like was this a generational curse? Did anything ever become of the grandmother? I don't know, but it's a story I thought you'd be interested in hearing. I'd be happy to dig in deeper and see if I can find more tribal stories that have been passed down. Anyway, thank you so much and enjoy this story while I can supply it. I'd like to tell you about an encounter I had with the cryptid. I'm not sure what it was, but it looked nothing like anything I'd ever seen before, especially since this was in the Utah desert. You often hear crazy stuff happening in the middle of nowhere, when there are never any witnesses about, until I saw this thing. That was exactly what I thought it was. Crazy, but it's real. Now, of course, being in the middle of the desert, there are plenty of animals about and a whole lot of you have to be real careful of. Always wear your boots, and you never know what you might step on or what you might have to run from. See, I was on a long-haul delivery route, which was going to take a few days, but it was something I was used to doing. And sometimes, the lengthy, lonesome stretches of road beat getting stuck in downtown city traffic when you got a deadline. I like to look out of the truck windows as I'm cruising down those long stretches of nothing and see what might be about. It tends to be late at night that you'd spot the more nocturnal creatures coming out when they assume the place to be safer. The rig I drive is well lit, and I always have some headlights on and use the horn. There might not be any other traffic, but I don't want to hit anything with this speed truck. I know some truck drivers will actually keep count of all the roadkill they've caused, but, that's not me. Look, I've seen all sorts of critters out there. I've also seen a lot of beauty, and then I saw something like I'd never come across before, nor would I ever hope to again. At first, I thought it was just a regular coyote. A big fella, but very much just an animal. He seemed to want to run alongside the truck, beside his fine. I actually thought it was kind of cute, just so long as it didn't try to outrun me or run in front of me. Then he would have been a very flat coyote. Anyway, it was just following along, and I wasn't really paying much attention, but suddenly, it dawned on me that he'd been there for some time. I reckon a good 15 minutes, and I wasn't exactly crawling along. So I looked down at my buddy, and well, it actually gives me goosebumps to even type this. But I swear, he grinned up at me. There was this word I remembered from high school English, personification, which means giving human attributes to inanimate objects, or things that should not have human attributes. Well, this might have been an animal rather than a thing, but that was no animal-like expression. It was human. It was enough to freak me the hell out, and I put my foot to the floor to haul out of there and leave that weird grinning creature for the dust. But you know what? It didn't leave. I watched the speedometer go higher and higher, so I was almost at full speed the rig could travel, and it was still there, not seeming to be remotely worried about how it shouldn't naturally be able to do that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was scared now. There was no way any creature could maintain that speed. I was beginning to think it might follow me all the way to my next scheduled stop, when all of a sudden, it began to slow down. I started to feel some relief, thinking it must have finally tried out and that I was safe enough to make sure I looked into the mirror. That was when I saw the thing that scared me even more than the coyote, being able to match the speed of the truck. This thing had gone, completely disappeared. But there was a person standing on the side of the road, lit up and illuminated by my taillights. That person was holding what appeared to be, in my faint vision, an old fur coat or pelt. Did I slam on the brakes and make sure that person was okay? Or did I scream and carry on way past my designated stop until daylight? Well, I think you can guess. And obviously with the truck, I couldn't slam on my brakes. That's not how semis work. So I guess, had no choice but to keep going. But I want to ask you, what could that thing have been, or who? How did something that was obviously a large but regular coyote start with turn into something that grinned like the devil, was as fast as a speeding truck, and then turned into an actual person holding fur? I've heard tales of skinwalkers, but I don't know. I know it sounds completely impossible, and the first thing my girlfriend said when I told her was that I must have been driving for too long, and possibly I imagined it. that I maybe fell asleep and dreamt it. But I know it was real, and to be honest, I'm not sure what it would have happened if I had stopped. It was just wrong. I could feel it was wrong. I hope to God I never see anything like that again. That was too much. I am a woodsman. I'm a resident of the area near Farragut Park here in Washington, D.C. I've been living here my entire life without any problems from the so-called local wildlife, right? Well, my family and friends all live nearby. We work together as a community and create a habitat for ourselves in this urban environment, whether it be nature areas to encourage the insects and for the schools to enjoy, or clean parks for family picnics and other outdoor activities. We may not be world-renowned conservationists or have endless amounts of cash, but we do our best, up until recently. You see, the wildlife has been thankful, or at least that's what I like to believe. We even had somebody come down from the local college to take a look at one of the butterflies spotted in this nature area. Apparently, it was a rather rare species, but now, not even the insects want to be around. You see, as much as I want to believe in the whole circle of life and that all animals should be treated kindly and with respect, there is one being that I would do anything to get rid of. Now, before I say anything, I want to know that I do have a small background in cryptozoology. I'm familiar with things like skinwalkers, Mothman, Bigfoot, you name it. So, I know all about the Dogman, which is exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm here to tell you, they're very real. Listen, I know it probably sounds kind of nutty to even put those words together, but a dog and a man shouldn't be possible, right? I mean, we're talking about werewolf-looking beings here. But just all the stories, I mean, there are far too many witnesses here to deny it. Not that anybody would come forward. I mean, who would? Of course, at first, we didn't know what was out there. Just that something was causing a real mess in the parks overnight. I mean, there's all sorts of critters that can do that sort of thing. Raccoons can dig out your trash, bears can cause all manner of damage, and there had been numerous coyote sightings. What soon became apparent was whatever was entering the parklands, and was large and intelligent, as it seemed to be really good at avoiding any detection. Well, a couple of us even decided to do some nighttime patrols, just drive-bys of the area and such. Whenever we were about, whatever was out there seemed to know and stayed away. Then, it moved on to the yards and gardens of some of the residents, and that was when we finally got it caught on camera. I'll never forget the look on my neighbor's face when he knocked on my door and said he had something to show me. I wasn't sure whether he'd caught something completely different on camera, maybe a peeping Tom or one of his kids sneaking out. But it was not the expression of somebody who had discovered it, being a naughty feral cat, causing all sorts of trouble. We sat down to watch footage, and I realized why he looked so shocked. Now, this isn't Fort Knox here, so the surveillance equipment and cameras we use aren't exactly the best quality. Just what we can afford to help deter would-be burglars and such. The picture was kind of grainy, and even jumped around a bit, like an old VHS tape from back in the day. But, although the creature he caught sneaking into his yard was shadowy, it would not have stood the test in a court of law. We could very clearly see large shape, the size and stature of a man. At first, I thought that this was and that we needed to take it down to the station house. What I saw had caused so much anxiety. Well, the man turned to look directly up at the camera, and it had the face of a wolf. Even in that grainy, flickering feed, you can make out distinct facial features of a German Shepherd, a face I know really well as I had one lying by my feet as I watched the tape. This dog, or whatever you call it, with a man's face, seemed to realize it was being recorded and ran off. leaping over a 6-foot fence like it was nothing. It would be easy to write off as some sort of prank, albeit that it must have been one hell of an expensive costume and mask. I mean, we're talking about $1,000 costume easily. I mean, it looked like a man's muscular body, covered in deep fur, perfectly proportioned. However, over the next few weeks, there had been several more reports from neighbors and people in the town about sightings, whether in their yards or just if they happened to be driving about. Whilst the Dogman, as we came to call it, didn't seem to be causing any more harm than any other critter, there was one extremely important factor. Other animals, even insects and the like, seemed to be very afraid, and all of a sudden, there were way less birds flying around, less butterflies, less insects, less chatter from animals. It seemed like the wildlife took the hint, and they knew that this was some sort of abomination that was to be feared. We've yet to work out where it lives or comes from. Searches in groups in the woods around us have found us nothing. But as I said, I believe this cryptid is very clever. It knows how to cover its tracks. I'm not usually one for hunting something down, but whatever this thing is, it's scaring off every other animal. Either that, or we are dealing with an extremely intelligent alpha predator. These things work hard to make themselves concealed. It's evident this creature doesn't belong here, and if we truly are dealing with an alpha predator, God help us all. I, Jack Faulkner, my pseudonym, have seen what I can describe as werewolves. Now, I know you might write me off just from that sentence alone, and I can't verify that they are indeed werewolves. You know, shapeshifters under a full moon, but the beings that I saw, I have no other way to describe them based on their physical appearance. See, I live in a town known as Hillside, and had this encounter only last year. I was out with my girlfriend Caitlin at a little local bar. This is where we usually hang out on the weekends in Pennsylvania. We stayed there for about an hour or so, just having drinks and talking to our buddies before finally heading home. It's important to note that whilst both Kate and I had had a couple of beers, we were by no means drunk, and what we saw sobered us both up super fast anyway. It was dark and late, and we hadn't even gotten to the bar till near closing. But Kate always enjoyed the scenic route. She liked taking it there and home, past this forest. It's really cool because buying this forest, there's an old church that she lives out there. Apparently sometimes it's even lit up at night. It's not used anymore, and no one knows who would bother to go in there and light the lanterns, but I guess it's somewhat of a tradition that every so often, maybe once a month, we just take a drive out there and see. So far, we'd never been on the right day. Well, I reckon I should probably go and do more digging to find out who actually goes out there and lights these lanterns. I mean, it's probably the owner or something. Maybe it's a warning. Who knows? Anyway, we were driving down towards the track that leads to the church, and I suddenly noticed that whilst I can barely see where I'm going, even with the headlights on, it is much brighter, which I commented on to Kate, and she points up at the sky. I think at that point, I even made some silly joke, and the noise like a wolf. We both laughed. If only we'd known. The moon, of course, was full. Again, just bleeding into this whole werewolf cliche, which, again, I'm not saying people who shapeshift into wolves are real. I'm just saying that the beings that we saw, I don't know how else to describe it. So here we are, getting closer to the little church, when Kate begins squealing, and we see that the lights are in fact on. It's not just a tall tale or a local legend. I mean, we'd been out here maybe 10 times since we heard about it. Never seen them on. I guess we'd never just been here on a full moon before. Maybe it's a monthly thing, I don't know. Kate was all up for jumping straight out of the car, but I had this weird, almost ritual, that I had to turn the car around and be in a position to drive away before I can park and get out. That little obsession of mine would save our lives. I mean, she's giddy in excitement at finally seeing the lights, and I finally parked and having maneuvered the vehicle for a quick getaway. Something my dad always instilled in me to having grown up in the Bronx. Always. That's something that stuck with me. Now, she's about to throw open the door when something instinctively made me put my hand on her arm and tell her to wait. She's about ready to kill me by then, chomping at the bit to get out and look closer at the church when we both heard a noise. Everything about the sound just made my blood run cold. It was this low, deep growl coming from somewhere close by. And part of me wanted to put my foot on the gas and just book it out of there, out of sheer fright. But as we all know, it doesn't work that way. You know when characters make dumb decisions in movies, and you're always like, I wouldn't have done that. Well, until you're in a similar position, you don't got a clue as to what you would do. And right then, despite hearing a sound which can only mean bad things, we didn't move. Instead, we watched. Watched as three large, and I mean Dwayne Johnson The Rock type large, just add more muscles, figures emerged behind the trees behind the building. Do you remember that feeling you'd get as a kid when you managed to convince yourself that there was something under the bed or in your closet? That very real fear in the pit of your stomach that you likely don't experience as an adult, unless maybe you're a parent. That was how I felt right then, seeing these figures. Only I wasn't just a little kid who could hide under my covers and call for my mother. Just in case I was having some sort of psychotic break, I looked over at Kate, whispered really low, "You see them too?" She didn't even need to answer. She just looked at me, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. Now, my girlfriend is one of the strongest women I know, and a real hardcore horror movie fan. I have never seen her so terrified. I mean, this girl is scared of nothing. Then these things move closer. You might be wondering, how am I even able to describe what I saw so well? I mean, it was nighttime, and this only happened for a moment. But remember, the building was lit up, and it was a really bright full moon out. Plus, I still had the engine running and the lights on. As I said, there were these Dwayne Johnson size and height and build, only bigger, completely covered in dark fur. I'm not going to lie to you. They looked exactly like what you'd expect out of a Hollywood horror movie that featured werewolves. How did I know that? Well, from the fact that they looked like wolves, standing upright like men. I mean, they looked mean and massive. Then one of them stood and started growling, enough that it could grip your soul and terrify you. If I hadn't been turned around so that I could stamp on the gas and speed out of there, I don't think I'd be writing this for you to share. If I had to try and turn the car around before we could race back down the track, then they would have ripped off the doors and had us for dinner, I'm sure. As it was, Kate turned back into her seat to watch, see if they followed us as I attempted a fast and furious type escape down the road. They were all just crouched by the building, watching, like they did not want us around. Maybe somehow I think they were tied to that building and couldn't leave. I mean, who knows what the actual rules are for these things. Until that moment I thought they were something you only saw in the movies. Thankfully, I was able to get us home without crashing the car. I intend to try and do some research into that old and not so abandoned church. Find out just who lights those lanterns and what they might know about these things. I'll be sure as hell to be looking around at everybody else, and there might be other signs. The one thing I know about these Dogman is that maybe they are people. Maybe they once were people. I don't know how this whole thing works. I don't know. Maybe they're from the same pack. So far, I haven't been able to find out much. So, you seem to be an expert on the subject. Maybe you know more about these things. Maybe you know more about that if they live in packs and whatnot, or how that works. Maybe these are really werewolves. I don't know. I don't know what this was. A skinwalker, a Windigo. I think I saw something. I know it sounds crazy, but this was something in the woods. Now, there's a big forest at the back of my neighborhood, right? And as I was driving home from work last night, I looked over and saw something running quickly across the field. I thought it might be an animal, but then I saw its face. It looked just like the Windigo paintings I've seen. The eyes were all red, and it had a jaw that kind of hinged open, exposing yellow teeth jutting out. Now, completely panicked and terrified, I immediately drove home, locking every door in my house. I don't know if that thing was a skinwalker or a Windigo, but probably not. It can't hurt to be careful, just in case. I mean, I'll say it again. I don't know what it is that I saw, but I can tell you this. It's something I don't ever want to see again. Last time I was up on the mountain, I saw something. Something that made me think the stories about Wendigos in these woods were true. I mean, I never used to believe in them, but now, well, I'm not so sure. It began as just a normal hike. Nothing different about this one from all the others before it. My friends Mark and Ian had both decided to come with me today, and were heading out early in the morning because we wanted to catch some good footage for a documentary. We called it The Mythical Creatures of Appalachia. Of course, it was more of a joke than anything. We weren't really capturing anything, if at all. As much as I'd like to believe we got footage, well, we didn't film anything. Anyway, we spent a lot of time at the summit, and felt like somebody was following us from behind. At first, we ignored it, but the feeling just grew too strong. When we would turn around, of course, how cliche, there wouldn't be anybody else there. We tried to keep all of our thoughts on the Windigo so that it would stay away. Jokingly, of course, because at this point, we didn't believe. We just thought maybe we were being paranoid being out in the wild. Let's just say what happened caused us to cut our hiking trip in the mountains short. We wanted to get back into town and out of the woods, so we began walking as fast as we could. We kept looking behind us, thinking maybe we were being followed by someone, right? Not quite something yet. We got more and more paranoid as time went on, but there was never anything there, just trees. It made me feel like I was going crazy, and it really messed with my head. We were almost ready to give up when a small patch of tall grass that had been swaying in the wind suddenly stopped moving. My friends and I froze right where we stood, afraid to move another inch for fear of whatever could be in those bushes, seeing or hearing us come closer. The three of us turned around slowly with our lights pointed towards the spot where the movement had ceased. That's when I saw it. I just froze there, like my friends and I did. And when I say a pair of glowing red eyes staring right through those bushes, it was hard to see for sure, but I could tell this thing had long, stringy black hair. From behind me, Mark was like, "Do you guys see that?" And we all nodded, without taking our eyes off what we were looking at. We were in total disbelief. "What do you think it is?" Ian answered by saying, "It's more likely some kind of coyote with rabies or something," shakily. He sounded so unsure of himself, desperate for an answer. And all of a sudden, that patch of grass began moving again. We couldn't move if we wanted to. We were just standing there in shock as this figure slowly, fully came out into view from behind the tall blades of grass into our sight. I don't think any of us could have blinked at that moment, for fear of not being able to run or see this thing up close. And believe me, none of us didn't want to miss this. As soon as it stepped all the way through the thick bush line, it stopped dead still onto its hind legs and let out this sound. It was like a combination between a man's voice mixed with a high-pitched dog's yelp and a scream. It shook those long, stringy black hairs from side to side and let out another ear-piercing screech. We couldn't help but move backwards a few steps, but we stopped when none of us wanted to turn our backs on this thing yet. This thing was standing right in front of us. I mean, it was practically right there. If we wanted to reach out and touch it, we probably could have. I can't really explain how it looked, except to say it resembled some sort of dark figure. It was gross looking. There were parts of its face and arms exposed, but I guess the best way I could summarize what we were seeing. Think of an upright coyote, or something with bad, nasty mange, mixed with a feral human being. That description doesn't do it justice, but it gets you in the right frame of thinking. Completely shocked at what we were seeing, I think all of us three reacted out of fear and took off running away from whatever this thing was. I don't think any of us knew at the time, but Ian tripped, and we didn't immediately notice. He fell to the ground. I stopped. I turned around, and now my mind is filled with fear as I run back towards my friend to grab him. When I turned around to look at this thing again, it was now coming after both of us, picking up speed. The look on its face seemed frenzied, like it was out for blood. It looked down at Ian on the ground and let out another screech, this one sounding like a mixture of laughter and pain put together. As I tried lifting Ian up, something caught my eye again behind this creature, making its way out of the forest. What appeared to be 5 other figures emerging from somewhere back in the bushes. They looked almost just like the one coming right after us. They all began coming right out of the bush, moving, mobilizing. I yanked Ian up and caught with Mark, who was already ahead of us. Now, in that instance, the thing directly following us dove into the forest on our left, keeping parallel the entire time. It didn't seem right, so I stopped running and turned around. Just in time. I see it pounce on top of this deer that had emerged from the forest without us knowing about it. The deer lets out this high-wailed scream, and it sounded like the creature's, as if this thing was playing with its food. I don't think any of us realized till later, but we kept moving fast, trying not to turn our backs on this thing and those 5 other things. We were moving faster for some reason, desperate to make sure none of them got too close. Well, after what seemed like forever, we stopped for a second, looked back at where we came from. Nothing. I feel terrible for saying this, but thank God for that deer. I think that deer acted as a distraction, and these things took their attention on it instead of us. We were safely able to make it back and cut our trip short, like I said. I have never in all my years came across anything remotely similar to the strange creature we all 3 saw that day. I firmly believe it was a Windigo. I can't be too sure, though. It looks like a large man covered with thick fur from head to toe, part animal, with a face that is not really recognizable, but unique, and these horrible bulging eyes. Again, this thing was grotesque. Even now, when I try remembering the experience we had, my body still shivers thinking about what we saw in that dark part of the forest, deep on the mountainside. This is one of those moments where you can say, I never believed in a Windigo until now. I don't know if any of us will ever go back there again. I mean, who would want to? You can call me Frank. See, I'm a paranormal researcher up here in Toronto. Now, I've been wanting to write to you for some time about the strange things and sightings that have been happening up here in my beautiful home country. Something eerie is happening in the forests of Canada. A hideous creature that can be best described as a malevolent monster, equipped with supernatural abilities. Yes, this thing has been sighted. It is known to the natives by their name, the Windigo. To say it resembles an ape-like creature would not be correct. It stands erect like a human being, but does not walk on all fours. One Canadian province alone had more than 60 sightings reported over a span of 8 years, 1990 to 1998. And this number only represents those people who were even brave enough to talk about what they saw in writing, risking careers, reputations, everything on the line, for the sake of perseverance in science and cryptozoology. Brave souls they be. Some eyewitness claims that the Windigo possesses enough power that could rival those of, say shape-shifting aliens, or even vampires, or witches. This includes mind control. According to Native American folklore, this creature is said to have a magnetic personality, similar to the dark spirits or aliens that are also believed to be around, and they use humans for sustenance, such as luring them into tight grips, either through means of hypnosis or just plain force. On rare occasions, when the Windigos were encountered in rural areas, it was known for them to take small children who were left unattended, even for short periods of time. And in some cases, they appeared out of nowhere, snatching children because their parents were not paying any attention. Now, the majority of these child-snatching cases took place on sunny summer days, when the kids would do something like leave their homes unsupervised, all while the mothers would tend to household chores, or maybe be busy cooking in the kitchen. One story in particular involved a stolen child. A woman who lived alone in the forest, far away from neighbors, called the police. She claimed her 5-year-old boy was missing. When they arrived, she claimed she just checked on him a few minutes ago, and now he was gone. They should hurry because it was getting dark, and there are wild animals out here. When authorities actually arrived at the scene, she told them and explained she was making him lunch, and he said he had used the bathroom and ran outside to pee, like most little boys do. She immediately went looking for him when she couldn't find him anywhere around their house. The police searched with flashlights, thinking maybe he fell into a river. But after their extensive search, turning up with 0 results, they're not sure. They begin to get skeptical. The woman or mom's peculiar attitude was suspicious. If anything did happen as she had claimed, it would have happened a long time ago. The forest is very thick and visibility is poor at night. The local police was about to call in the government investigations when one of them noticed freshly made what appeared to be monkey tracks near a hollow hole that was close by. Although he had no idea what type of animal could leave those marks on the ground, since it was only end of March. He felt 100% sure that whatever made them was not human, unless the kid suddenly grew feet which became separated from his body. I mean, who knows? Maybe that's how the mother and the boy went missing at the same time. Because, by the way, it turns out the mother did go missing after this. But anyway, before they could investigate deeper, their radio got a call from nearby, saying that another child was snatched by what they had described as being big and hairy, and later on, the description, a giant troll, was given. The kid's parents were watching TV apparently while he played outside. I guess when he came running back to the house, asking for some water, he wasn't there anymore. Instead, this grotesque-looking creature grabbed him. Another witness who lived next to a wooded area also claimed she saw this tall creature. Also, she kind of described it as a troll-looking thing would run across one side of her lawn one night, then disappear into the trees on the other side. She claimed it looked gross. It wasn't a bear. She didn't tell anybody about what she saw. She was afraid somebody would call her crazy after admitting to seeing this creature. She also described it as exactly as foretold in fairy tales. Another local woman called in saying that the dog began barking like crazy during the night shift. It saw something moving around outside of its window, causing the dog to get curious and to look out. Now, she too claims to have seen a tall hairy monster running across the road while carrying a dead carcass. Not of a human, I'm talking like a deer. It's pretty evident that something is going on up here in Canada, and none of these sightings are Bigfoots. While I know we have our fair share of cryptids, just like the United States does, I believe much of this work is of a Windigo demon, not that of a Sasquatch in my opinion. As a cryptozoologist and a paranormal researcher, it is my duty to pursue these creatures further and seek out the answers we're all looking for better or for worse. I hope we connect, and I hope you and your audience can help me and share information that anybody knows. Thanks. To this day, I have no idea what it is that I saw out there in the woods. I can provide you with any number of descriptions and accounts, but there's only one thing that really matters. Whatever it was, or maybe still is, out in those woods, most assuredly wanted to be seen by me. The closest town to the area where I saw whatever it was sits a few miles away, but the place that it occurred is very remote. So remote, in fact, that it seems unlikely or even entirely impossible that anybody else has ever stumbled upon the creature's den, since this was roughly 20 years ago. The setting is one of those lost frontier kinds of places, where local kids go to do drugs and have sex. We were too far out from town for anybody to hear us. The woods were vast, large trees, steep ravines all around us. The time was just after midnight, 1991. So excuse me, I guess 30 years now. Wow, it's been that long. Anyway, at the time, I and my friends had all been drinking hard liquor since dinner the night before. In preparation for trick-or-treating, of course. I had just turned 18 and went through a heavy stint of alcoholism. But besides that, it was now late fall, and the night was getting very chilly. We were riding around in the pickup truck. Yes, we were intoxicated. The windows were rolled halfway down, partially to keep us warm when we drove, but the cold, fresh air of the night also felt good. I had been drinking hard liquor on an empty stomach all day. I was drunk, but not piss drunk, still enough to be coherent. The next thing I remember is looking down at my hands and having these vivid, horrible hallucinations of my entire hands just being covered in blood. And the night around us seemed to be getting darker, like a storm was coming. But not a storm that you would think. I blinked hard, trying to clear my eyes. Trust me, these weren't beer goggles. I looked into the woods where I'd seen something move off in the distance, just behind us. But maybe it was the tricks of my eyes because it wasn't there anymore. What came next, however, will stay with me forever. Check this out. I was looking directly into the woods, then looked over my shoulder at my friends in the truck, and this ripple of darkness, I would call it, like a wave rolling through the forest, passed right past us down the hill from where we had just come. It kind of went left to right, then ended and disappeared from sight on the right side of us as quickly as it had come. I've never been a fan of horror movies or scary stories in general. I don't like being scared by things that really exist in real life, things that I can imagine happening to me. It goes against my nature. I don't like it. This is what scares me the most. The knowledge that all of us are vulnerable, no matter how brave or self-confident somebody might believe themselves to be. Anything can happen to anyone at any time. And if you think you're ready for when it does, there's a pretty good chance you're about to get the living hell scared out of you. The woods, they were so dark and foreboding, and then much darker than they should have been. Something had changed, as if whatever was out there was closer now than before, and this time, I knew we couldn't escape it. I took another look in the direction that I'd seen whatever it was disappear often. It wasn't there anymore. But at least this time, I saw what had caused the ripple of darkness through the trees. A shadow had passed over a large tree behind us and began moving forward, coming towards us up the hill. The three of us were sitting in silence as the three dark, large figures came closer, merging into one, closer to the road where we parked. I just remember this powerful, overwhelming sense of fear, as if something was pulling me toward the darkened woods. The darkness felt like it was calling my name, wanting me to come to it. Whatever I had seen out there on the edge of the woods, it wanted me. It wanted something from me, and that's when I knew. Whatever it was out there in the dark, whatever it had been that had made that dark ripple through the forest, I was dealing with something that clearly was not human. This being came closer to us, and then stopped just at the edge of our headlights' light, and looked up at us. It was then that we got a look at whatever this being was. Its eyes were yellow, bloodshot. Its facial expression was twisted into something horrible I can't even begin to describe. It almost looked like the face of an evil being, except more feral and wild-looking, kind of like a wild beast's skull underneath its skin, instead of a normal human face. I remember beginning to cry, saying, "Oh God, no," out loud. I incoherently shook and cried. The thing that had been stalking us turned around and walked just out of the light. I knew it was keeping an eye on us. Nothing will sober you up quicker than coming into contact with entities from other dimensions, or so I believe this was. When this thing had gone out from the light, I grabbed my pistol from under my seat and checking it. It was already loaded with hollow point rounds, and I made sure they were seated properly in the chamber. Out here, in case of wild animals, you always want to have a weapon. You can never be too safe. We all sat there silently for a moment. Then, one of my friends made the comment, "Who would ever believe us? I mean, we can't tell the police about this. They think we're crazy. Plus, we reek like alcohol." So, we figured it was in our best interest if we headed back into town, where we'd be safe. Just sort of let the alcohol drain out of our systems. So we started the truck, turned it around, looking back at where we had been. I could see that whatever had been out there was now hiding in the shadows, underneath the trees, still watching us. I felt it. I can tell it was there. A small part of my inner being understood what I was seeing, but another part of me didn't want to believe that anything this horrible even existed. There was something in the darkness that night, and it was not going to let us go until it got what it came for. Something from one of us, possibly all three of us. I figured we'd be safe once we made it back into town, though nobody could hurt you there. There were too many people around. That's what I believed. As we drove back into town, suddenly feeling more sober than ever after everything that had happened, was accompanied by a worse feeling, being followed. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror at whatever it was that was following us, and that's when I could see it again. It was moving behind us to the trees, this massive, horrible silhouette. It was trailing us, moving from tree to tree. I kept driving faster and faster along the dark road. My friends and I were panicking, trying to make the truck drive faster, but this truck was a beat-up old podunk piece of crap. It could only go so fast. We were all screaming to go faster, and we tried pushing this truck as hard as it could go. It was going now about 60 miles an hour. It couldn't go much more than that. Whatever it was behind us did not seem to be faltering, but finally, it kind of just vanished after pursuing us for an unknown period of time. We were successful in making it out to that portion of the woods and, in no time, back into town. Now, it was probably about 1 in the morning, I believe. We had been drinking, so we didn't want to report what we had seen or experienced to anybody. But let's be honest here. There is no amount of alcohol that will allow you to experience what we did. Even today, I'm still friends with those same guys that I experienced this with. All of our stories remain the same, no details having been changed. We all saw the same entity. One thing I wanted to quickly mention about this is that there was just this evil aura that emanated from it. You could feel it. You could feel that it wanted to harm us and do bad. It's kind of like this. You know how you can just sense people's auras, right? You can feel certain things from people. You don't exactly have to be empathetic. It's just our natural human discernment. That's what we all felt off this being. Afterwards, we all felt really weird for a while. I know my one friend who was with us got horribly ill for the next few days. And no, not like alcohol. I'm talking about fever, but popped right back normal after a little bit. And the next few days, we'd all felt drained. And again, not in a hungover way, but in a way like we had just ran 20 miles. It was much different than an alcohol hangover. It was something, I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry for the long story, but it's important that I share every aspect of what happened on that night back in 1991. The forest behind my house is so scary. I have always heard stories about a Windigo living there, and it's given me the chills. Once, when I was 8 years old, we were hiking through that part of the woods and saw something huge in the distance. It looked kind of like a Bigfoot, but more human-like, with glowing yellow eyes. My father told us to stay out of the back area of the woods. We had no idea what we were playing around with, and we needed to be very careful. He explained to us that there were bad spirits back there. My dad, who supposedly knew a lot of history around here, supposedly there's this old Indian burial ground nearby, but I've heard that old tripe before. I don't know if you can trust that. Once, my grandma was in the hospital, and I had to go spend some time with her. She's always been a little different, and she told me about this weird creature, I guess, that natives used to worship back when they were still acceptably civilized people. And I say that respectfully. Our government has taken so much from them. Whatever civilization they had has been stripped by them and stripped from them. When they were united, a civilized tribe, there were a lot of things that were different, but anyway, she claimed that this was a spirit of nature or something. She said, if somebody destroys the land too much, then they will upset the balance of nature. It'll make this being take forms of different things and take revenge on whoever did it. Well, my grandmother died shortly after we got home from visiting her. I believe one of the spirits possessed her and killed her. My father claims that because we were back there, we had been targeted, and this Windigo spirit attached itself to me and then attached itself to my grandmother, killing her. It's just speculation, but what do you think about this? I was out in my field late one night when suddenly I heard a sound coming from the brush. It sounded like an animal of some sort, but it wasn't making any other noises. Now, this went on for about 10 seconds, until I finally saw that it was a canid. Except, I've seen dogs and wolves, and all sorts of canids. This was nothing like I'd ever seen before in my life. It had long dark hair, and walked upright, with its head down, and arms by its sides. My heart began beating really fast. This thing looked like it wanted to hurt me, or something. So I ran back to my house as fast as possible, without ever looking back once. It was the next day when I saw him again. I was laying in bed, and out of nowhere, I see this face through the window. It scared me so bad I jumped off the bed, tried to run, but my body wouldn't let me. An expression came over its face that seemed to say something like, "Don't," or don't scream. But those are just guesses, because I couldn't hear anything. It then backed away and disappeared into the trees that are right by my window. I have never been so terrified in my life. The animal I encountered that night was not like any canid I have ever seen before, and I've been around wild dogs, coyotes, wolves, you name it. There's no telling what kind of monster this is or what it's truly capable of. I found out that he was spotted not too far from my house, and I've been hearing about the goings-on around here for a while now. There's no telling how many of these things are running loose, or, again, what they're truly capable of. There's one thing I know for sure, though. It won't make my mind any easier to know I'm alive to see another day. As far as I'm concerned, it's another day, another possibility to see one of these things. I first heard about Dogman when I was only a teenager. This is the story of a friend of mine, who, we'll call him David. One night, he was driving home late from work on some county road in northern Indiana where he lived. He saw something out of the corner of his eye on a lone road. This road was surrounded by cornfields on all sides. I have David's full permission to share this story with you. He says this in verbatim. I then pulled over to smoke a cigarette, and while I was sitting there on the side of the road, this large canine walks out of the cornfield. It was maybe 7 feet tall at the shoulders, and had thick hair all over its body. It was kind of this weird human-looking head. It stopped in front of me, stood there for a minute, before turning around and walking back off into the corn. The whole time I'm just staring at this thing, and it's staring right back at me. It's not like I saw an animal running down the side of a highway or anything like that. It just seemed really deliberate. David said his mouth was bone dry by the time the encounter had ended. He got out of there as fast as he could, and didn't tell anyone about it until a little later. He'd seen a movie on television that featured the creature in an episode of Monster Quest. David told me this. I kept thinking about what I saw when I watched the show, so I decided to tell a couple of friends at work. They thought I was messing with them, so one night, when there was nothing better to do, we took that same cornfield road out near where all this happened, and we sat there in my car, waiting for something to happen. We didn't really expect anything to, though. We were all completely sober, and so we sat there. Again, no drugs or alcohol involved whatsoever. David said it began to get dark, and visibility began to go down as they sat there on the road. At one point, he made a comment to his friends that they may be waiting out there all night for nothing. And that's when something began running down the road toward them. I couldn't really make it out, David said, but I knew that whatever it was that my eyes were seeing, it was in no way natural. It came closer and closer to our car until I could make out what it was. It looked like a wolf, kind of like what I saw before, but a little different. It's weird looking. The body looked far more human. That's when I knew something wasn't right. My friend and I just sat there for a minute, being in complete shock after we see this thing run past our car. So I started the car back up and got out of there as fast as I could. Now, David told me that it took him a while to get back into his normal routine after what had happened that night. But by the next day at work, he said he couldn't stop thinking about what he had seen. He even said that it wasn't until after he saw the Monster Quest. He said that it wasn't until after he saw the Monster Quest episode that he realized it was not a ghost or a werewolf, but some kind of dog cryptid. David went on to say, after I got over the initial shock, I began to research more on the internet for more information about this thing I'd seen. It wasn't long before I found out that a lot of other people had witnessed similar creatures in many different states around the country. I then began telling my friends and family about what happened, so they could see I wasn't lying or pulling their leg. The friends that I'd seen this creature, they were so freaked out, they refused to go back to that spot. I was still desperate to get answers. I really wanted to know what this creature was. I've tried looking for it again and again, but I have yet to see anything. It's like it just disappeared from the face of the earth. Now, David went on to tell me that he's not sure what kind of dogman he saw that night. The only reason he even believes it was a dogman is because the creature he saw looked extremely canine, and after researching, those are the only two dots he could really connect. David went on to say, I'm not too sure what kind of dog or dogman it could have been. The only reason I say this is because it moved so fast with such powerful agility that it hardly seemed like a wolf or anything else. Not to mention the fact that it looked extremely humanoid. That in of itself was very off-putting for all of us that witnessed this creature. I've been trying to wrap my head around it ever since. I still really want to know what it is, where it came from, and if there are other creatures like this one out there. David told me that he's not sure if he'll ever see this creature again or not, although he hasn't seen it in over a year. He said that he still thinks about it often. He's not sure if it just moved on to another area or if it died. I've even gone back to the spot where I saw this thing to see if there were any possible way of telling what direction it's coming from, but I'm always far too afraid to investigate further. I'm sure if I did, it would come back for more. I know that you probably don't believe me, but what I saw in that field was definitely out of the ordinary. It may sound crazy to most, and that's okay with me because no one has ever believed my stories anyway. But I have to say that I've never been so scared, especially when this thing revealed itself. I would like to have more information about this creature, and strangely enough, I can't seem to find any real evidence or information other than different and various encounters and stories. I'm hoping you'll be able to help me and David achieve some answers. I'm not sure why or how you're into this stuff, but I really appreciate all of your help with this matter. And by the way, sorry for the confusing formatting. Hopefully you can discern which quotes are me and David. I would also like to know if there are any other people out there that have had similar experiences and information. I told David that if I find anything else about Dogman, I will get back to him as soon as possible. Thank you, and for anybody that hears this, for being such a great resource. I had a terrifying fishing trip when I was just a boy. I had been fishing with my dad for about 2 hours. It was just me and him in the boat. We were out on a clear lake, so it wasn't hard to see anything across the water. As we're driving around in the boat, he pointed and said, "Do you see that large dog over there on the shore?" We looked, and what he was pointing at appeared to be this large canine sitting down by some tree. You could tell it was too short to be a human because of the way it sat. It was crouched over like a dog or something. And when I saw it, I thought, wow, a German Shepherd. I said to my dad, although maybe it's actually kind of bigger than what I thought. So we turned the boat to get a closer look at it. And that's when we can both tell this was not a normal dog. Then, as we're observing it, it stands up on 2 legs and begins moving backwards into the trees. I yelled to my dad to quickly turn the boat around. I was afraid this dog would come after us. He said he couldn't tell what kind of canine this was and that he wanted to get a much better look. So he kept driving up to it, but we could both tell it wasn't normal. It was like a 6-foot-tall, lanky brownish-reddish color, sharp teeth, long, gangly limbs. My dad got as close as maybe about 100 feet before he turned back around when he saw it stand up on 2 legs and slowly move backwards into the trees. As we pulled away from the shoreline, All of a sudden, this creature came out of the trees and dove into the water after us. We were completely panicked. This thing was so large and fast. I turned my attention back to the shoreline, and I saw this brownish-reddish creature with very long gangly limbs come out of the trees, diving in the water. My dad was panicking from seeing this thing, and it was coming fast. We were scared it was going to emerge and try to capsize our boat, so we began going as fast as possible. We had to row. The engine stopped working. Of course, it's like we were caught in some sort of cliché horror movie. I thought this thing was about to jump into the boat, but it disappeared, because when I turned to look, it had completely went under. I thought it could have been lurking below us and surfaced from behind our boat, but as I continued to look around, nothing. This thing had been nothing but incredibly hostile and dangerous. Fortunately, we were successful in fleeing without it ever attacking our boat. Now, when we got home, he called up his friend who is a biologist. We asked him if there was any animals that were like this in our area. His friend said no such animals existed, but that you would never see one in an open area anyway. If they did, they would probably tend to live in forests or swamps. I've never seen this creature before. I don't know what it is. This thing looked really scary. I have no idea what kind of creature this could have been. I know wolves have been spotted in this area, but this didn't match any description of a wolf I'd ever seen or heard of in my life. It appeared to be far more human than wolf, in my opinion. I'm not saying werewolf. I don't believe those exist. However, this was something far more than just an animal. Any ideas what you think my father and I encountered that day? This happened sometime in October of 2007. My wife and I were driving down a dark road that night. We had been out doing some errands, and we decided to go take a little look at the lake that's south of us here in West Ohio. The area has always been beautiful, but as you drive back into it from the main roads around the highway this time of year, all the trees are normally bare by now. We've noticed for many years that the dogwoods are usually still in full bloom this time, but just a few days before we were out, about 9:30 p.m. or so. Driving down the road, I noticed something crossing the road quickly to my right side. It was already beginning to get dark out, and had been raining more than normal around here lately. But I could clearly see what looked like a giant dog on two legs crossing the road from our left to our right as we drove along slowly, looking at all the lakes along the way. I was kind of shocked, but kept driving, with my head turned over there, where I thought I saw whatever it was crossing. My wife had asked me what was wrong. I told her I thought I just saw something cross the road back there. She asked me what it was. I don't want to sound crazy or anything, but all of a sudden, we both heard this deep growling coming from the woods that was directly off to our left side and in front of us where she had been and seen whatever crossed the road just now. My wife looked over at me with shock on her face and asked me, "Did you hear that?" As we continued driving slowly along, whatever was making the noises ran out into the middle of the road right in front of us, and when it got close enough for us to see clearly, we realized it wasn't human. It stopped dead still in front of my car, as if it was waiting on us to do something. Then, it just turned around and ran back into the woods, about 100 or so yards. I remember thinking that my brakes weren't even on, but we had not moved. It was like in a movie or something, because you know how they're always dragging their feet in those movies. Well, this thing was standing still, at least for a few seconds, while we were driving slowly right along next to it. Knowing that most encounters with these things are not very pleasant, I decided to pull over and make sure nothing else followed our first guest out of the woods and into the road. After driving down a little further, I pull off onto a gravel road and parked up against some trees. We waited there for maybe 30 minutes before venturing out any farther. I know, it sounds absolutely insane to the sane human being. Why would anybody hang around after seeing something like that? To be real, I can't tell you why. Fear will make you do crazy things. Fear rewires your brain to almost a primitive level. I just knew that whatever it was, what we saw, it couldn't allow it to follow us home. My wife was pregnant with our third child, and I felt if it came to a fight, me, myself, whatever, could handle walking back through the woods after whatever it was. It was my family that worried me. What would this thing do to them? We both know that we had no choice but to try and get home as safely as possible. So we did. After waiting for what seemed like forever, the only sounds we heard were those of crickets, which seemed to now be coming back after being completely silent for a while. Frogs were now croaking, and a few birds flying past in the distance from time to time. With nothing bad happening during our waiting period, I decided to make my way back up to the road where the car was parked. As I scrambled up to the gravel road where I stopped the car initially and parked, my wife stayed put and watched me go. Once on the top of the small hill in front of our location, I was able to successfully see down into the woods a bit further than before. Standing there, about 200 yards or so away from the car, we saw at first what looked like one dog, standing still, waiting for us to do something again. After watching it for a few seconds, I realized it wasn't just one, but several of them, huddled together, as if they were cold or scared, standing there among the trees. It was like they were talking with each other, trying to decide what they were going to do next, knowing that if we were to walk back through the woods, after whatever it was, we would certainly be picked off, one at a time. I decided that it might be in my best interest to just stay in my car and drive out as fast as I could. We drove out until we hit the paved road again, and once we stopped, this time though, instead of parking in the middle of the road or against a tree up against some bushes somewhere, we parked kind of right at an intersection with no traffic. I figured this way, if something decided to try and follow us or attack us from behind on these dark country roads, it would give them virtually nowhere to hide. We still didn't see anything else move on the whole ride home, except for what looked like 4 to 5 dogs running through the wild grass on the side. I do remember having a rather vivid dream once we escaped and got home, though I can't say for sure if it was a dream or not. You know, it was one of those that seemed so real. I was standing there in our front yard, looking back down this dirt road that leads to our house, and there, standing with its front paws outstretched on either sides of me, was this thing. It was around 8 feet tall and on 2 legs, leaning over me and deciding what to do next, like a cat that had just caught a mouse, trying to determine how to kill a prey. The scariest part about this whole thing, though, was not just seeing it standing there in front of me. No, what scared me more than anything else was looking across at my wife, who was standing there, watching as this thing stared down at me, completely vulnerable and in its grasp. She stood there watching, thinking, okay, my husband at any point is going to get us out of this. I didn't know how right she was at that moment, though, because the fact is, I'm not sure if we could have gotten out, even if I had tried. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying here, though. The Dogman encounter that my wife and I had with each other wasn't the worst one you're ever going to read about on your search for encounters or anything. In fact, a lot of people who have seen these things aren't really worried about being attacked. They're more scared of what they may do to their dogs, or worse. It seems like a lot of people who have had experiences with these things are farmers, or even small business owners in rural areas, where they stand guard over farms, ranches, and homes. Some say they attack your pets if you do not feed them. Others say that they purposefully leave dead deer carcasses on properties at night, as if some kind of warning to keep people away from their territory, while others fear for their lives around this thing. It's mainly kept as stealing livestock like chickens and goats, only leaving behind bones and blood. Anyway, I'll wrap this up. It's getting long. I hope you and your website can help us get the word out that these things can be dealt with before they do something worse than tear open some poor dog for no reason. I've been trying to find someone who could help maybe get me in touch with the right people, make sure this thing isn't still out there, doing whatever it wants to. I'm not talking about an interview or anything like that, but just a way to make sure it won't come back. You know what I mean? Just so you know. We did go back once about 3 months after our first encounter. Found nothing. No tracks or broken branches anywhere. Where we saw this creature before, there was no trace of it. Even if we found something, still, it perplexed us. It took us weeks after our encounter just to talk about what had happened, and my wife still likes to joke with me, sometimes saying, "Hey, you never know. We might get another Dogman visit sometime in the future." What she doesn't understand is that this isn't a joking matter at all for me. That's why I'm hoping somebody can help us out here. Somebody, at least to try and make it more dealable. That's why I'm hoping somebody can do something. More than a year later, it still creeps into my mind at the most random times. I hope you can understand, even if this does come off as incoherent rambling. Summer of 2020, the quarantine year. In late July, I was hiking with a friend along the Rio Chama. Although we were just on the other side of the river from town, the railroad was not running. The campground was closed and the majority of the town was empty. This was a short day hike, as we are seniors. We had a dog accompanying us, a pit bull mix, for part of the way. Before we reached the river, we had to return the dog to the car. She became unusually excitable and fearful. Note, my friend and the dog live up in the mountain, and the dog is used to wildlife and has treated a bear before. Anyway, windows down and dog much happier, we returned to our walk. We had crossed the river, and we were on the trail that runs by the bank. This is when we first heard a series of hollow knocking sounds. These were loud and resonant, not woodpeckers or falling branches. A short time later, they were repeated at a distance, the knocks sounding lighter in tone, like a hit on a more solid wood. The knocks close to us responded, and we decided that it was in our best interest to leave the area. What myself and my brother-in-law found was a structure built of mainly blackberry vines. We were scouting for deer on an abandoned farm in an area that had been stripped for coal 35 years prior. This was by the Putney Ridge, actually not too far away from Cambridge in Ohio. Deer here were plentiful, but not as much as present day. When came across it, when we both were following a path that materialized and split in two directions around a spoiled bank. My brother-in-law went one way, and I the other. Both paths lead to the top of the spoil, where we came on the structure. We were in total amazement, noting it was some kind of igloo shape with an opening to enter. The briars were woven together to form the walls, and the inside had been cleared, like it had been mowed. We stood amazed at what could have made it. We had never heard much about a Bigfoot at the time. Nobody in their mind would have been in the area fighting thorny vegetation, biting insects to create such a thing. Then, about a month later, the same brother-in-law and his cousin were walking out of a hollow near dark when they heard the strangest animal they'd ever heard. When they would try and tell the family about it, they just got laughed at. Neither ever forgot it or entered the property in the dark. It wasn't until maybe 20 years later when I happened on a Bigfoot program, showing such a structure that a bell went off as to what we'd seen. Also, around the time, Other people had reported seeing things peeking in windows around the county. Very strange sightings, if you ask me. This took place in North Carolina, Haywood County. Take 19 west out of Maggie Valley. Turn right on top of mountain towards Blue Ridge Parkway. Turn left on Parkway towards Cherokee. Past first, pull off to the left to turn to Balsam Mountain Road. Towards Mason Monument. Before Monument, there's a pull off to the right where we were. Just before that, there's also a pull off to the left, and the woods to the left. That is where the sound came from. So, Barb and I travel the road off the Blue Ridge Parkway to this trail several times a week when it is open. We are flower and wildlife junkies. Approximately 1 year ago, we were at the pull-off just before the Masonic marker, looking at fire pink flowers, when out of the blue, there was 3 tree knocks from across the road. Very loud and very distinctive. There was nobody else around whatsoever. No wind either. We have noticed rocks that have fallen down the mountain and landed on the roadway, but no sign of where they had come from. Also, just as an article in the hot sheet, the sighting occurred after sunset, May 30th, near the Masonic marker at Balsam Gap Camp, just off the Blue Ridge Parkway near Maggie Valley. It was getting very cold, so we got in the car, cranked the car up, and started back up to leave, when this very dark figure ran across the road into the woods. It looked like a man. The hairs on my arm and back of my neck stood up, and I have never been so afraid in my life. Like I said, this was from an article. Pretty scary. Obviously something lives around here. Well, I had a possible sighting today in the Shawnee National Forest. Not by me, sadly, but my wife. And believe it or not, she wasn't even a believer. Anyway, we were driving around from campground to campground, trying to find a spot to set up. Drove to campground called Camp Cadiz. All campsites were occupied there, so we drove down this old road. It became too muddy to go any further, so we decided to turn around. And as I was dodging big potholes filled with water, we came around this bend, and she catches out of the corner of her eye, and she screams, "Babe, don't hit that!" And I'm like, "What?" Of course, I see nothing there, but she says there was something coming out of the woodline, trying to cross the road, but rein back in. She says it was black and brown, upright, and extremely large and tall. She says she still doesn't believe Bigfoot exists, but she knows she saw something she can't explain. This investigation was reported via phone, and the eyewitness gave his best to recollect the events that occurred on March 27th, 2021, between 8 to 8:30 a.m. Prior to this event, he never gave a thought to a skunk ape or Bigfoot being anything other than folklore. On the morning of March 27th, he was preparing breakfast with his wife. The kitchen has a window that looks across their backyard. When he turned to ask his wife a question, movement outside the window caught his eye. He saw a dark bipedal figure walk from a group of trees toward a wooded area before disappearing from his line of sight. Now, he asked his wife if she had seen that, just as his 8-year-old granddaughter came running from the dining room, yelling, "Grandpa, did you see that?" She had seen the figure as well from the back sliding glass door. She described it as big, and he admits that at first wondered what his neighbor was wearing, but realized it was taller than his 6'4" neighbor. He went on to describe the figure that was about 50 feet away, a slim build but tall. It was walking west to east, left to right, as they were looking north out the window. The family is very credible as to what happened that morning. It was obviously something they'd never seen, witnessed, or experienced before. When researching this area, It is not necessarily an area that one would expect to have this sort of activity. However, the homes are spaced out on 1 acre or more lots in some heavily wooded areas. His backyard connects to the Minnesota Scrub Preserve, which connects to agricultural and green areas, and then a state forest. Much of that area at the time of this sighting was very dry, without having had substantial rain for many months, which may have driven this animal towards water, and in this case, Forked Creek, which is across the street from this man's home. My son and I had just finished watching the sunset on the Blue Ridge Parkway at the Masonic Marker. We were still there watching the overview as a fog was rolling in. It was getting very cold, so we got in the car, cranked the car up, and started to back up and leave when this dark figure ran across the road into the woods. It looked like a man, but I turned towards the figure and couldn't see anything. It was entirely too large to be a black bear, and most definitely was not an elk. I haven't seen any at all this weekend. Again, the figure was very dark. The hairs on my arm and the back of my neck stood straight up. I've never been so afraid. My son reported seeing a large, two-legged figure covered in fur at approximately 8:30 p.m., July 18th, 2021, while driving eastbound on Pleasant Hill Road, roughly 1.5 miles west of Highway 164 in Richfield, Wisconsin. The figure was standing right next to a tree on the south side of the road, close to the shoulder. The road here is curvy. He said he also caught eye shine, and the eyes were large. He said he probably saw this for about 3 seconds while driving. His headlights caught this, and he is 100% positive he saw something. He told me his heart dropped. He immediately called me while still driving. I knew something unique had happened based on his demeanor and tone. About 45 minutes after he called me, I met him at home, and we went back to the site with him. We brought our dog. Every time we stopped or approached this area where the sighting was, he began to whimper and would not get any closer. Something really spooked him. At around 11 p.m. on July 26th, my wife and I were night fishing on the backwater of Crane's Nest River in Dickinson County, Virginia. My wife's head was hurting, so she decided to take a nap. We had heard something large walking in the woods, but just wrote it off as a bear or deer, as both are plentiful in our area. She had been asleep for about an hour when I heard a large knock about 50 yards up in the tree line. About 20 seconds later, several hundred yards up in the ridge, there was yet another knock. Both sounded as if somebody had taken a 4x4 post and struck a tree with it. Then, about 10 minutes later, there was a splash in the water about 20 feet away from our boat. This splash sounded like something weighing 20 or 30 pounds had struck the water, waking my wife. It's not unusual to hear large fish jumping at night, but this was different. After the splash, no more than a couple of minutes had passed, and there were 2 more knocks, and they were closer than the first one. We pulled anchor, reeled in our lines as we were leaving. We heard 2 more knocks. My wife told me she heard the knocks up on the ridge, but I didn't hear those. Just the sound of a large animal walking up the river, the same way we were traveling, as if it was following us. When it came to a shallow cove where it would have had to swim through, we stopped hearing the walking sounds. This is the second time we encountered this animal. We also had an experience about a month and a half earlier, as we heard a large animal walking around and big splashes in the water, as if it were throwing things at us that night as well. Very strange. I was letting my dogs out to go to the bathroom before I left for work. It was roughly 3:30 a.m. I drove an hour to work, and get there by 5, so that's why I wake up so early. All was quiet and peaceful. I heard a howl off in the tree line. Then, about 5 minutes later, I heard off in the distance something I had never heard before. I hear coyotes all the time. I've heard a bobcat screaming before, but this was far different. It sounded like it was quite always off, whatever it was, but sounded very big and very deep. The only way I can think to explain the noise was like a big burly man yelling, "Ah!" for about 5 to 10 seconds long. Then nothing else. It caused a neighbor dog down the road to begin barking, but didn't seem to faze my own dogs. The direction that noise came from is about 2 to 3 miles of combinations of timber and farmland. Then it becomes a big river bottoms in the Grand River. I don't think whatever made the noise was 2 to 3 miles away, maybe a mile at most. I have never heard anything like that before in my life, and I've been a very outdoorsy guy the entirety of my life. I've watched different Bigfoot shows and have heard vocalizations on them, and that's the closest thing I could think of what this sounded like. However, I feel like recorded things on TV doesn't give you the same feel or power this thing seemed to have. I mean, it sent chills down my spine. It would have been closer. I definitely would have gone inside for a gun. No joke. The sighting was witnessed by my brother and a friend. My brother told me of the sighting shortly after it had happened in the winter of 1992. He has retold it to me a few times over the years, most recently on New Year's Eve, 98. The story is always the same and never changes. My brother was in high school at the time and had been at a party. The party was supervised by parents at a friend's house, so no drinking involved. His friend was driving the family in van. After the party, the two boys drove a girl home that lived west of Columbus and the Youth Camp Road area. Again, this is in Indiana. After dropping the girl off, the boys proceeded east on the road, back towards State Road 46. My brother states that something crossed the road, roughly 50 to 80 yards in front of the van. He claims it walked out of the woods on the left side of the road, crossed the road, and entered the woods again on the right. His claim is that the headlights caught a glimpse of it as this thing was re-entering the woods on the right side of the road. He claimed it was completely white and furry. He said that they drove for about 5 minutes in silence without ever stopping. After about 5 minutes, my brother's friend said, "What was that?" And my brother said, "I don't know." I was afraid to say anything because I thought it might have just been my imagination. According to my brother, this is the exact dialogue spoken, verbatim. He said it was big, tall, and covered in white fur. He told me that he didn't see it clear enough to tell if it was Bigfoot-like or humanoid, although he said it was roughly 6 feet tall and walking upright on 2 legs. I was 18 and a senior at Columbus East High School at this time period. There is a park directly across the street from my house. It was a warm spring night. I was doing a report for school, and it was getting rather late. I was the only person still up at the time. I was, to my best guess, 1:30 a.m. I had just broken my last pencil, and I needed another one to finish my report. I had to go outside to get to my car to get one. I had just shut the door to my truck to go back inside when I hear the most god-awful shrill scream in my life. Turning around quickly, I can make out this vague outline of a large man-like creature running through the park and back into the woods. The scream lasted for roughly 6 seconds, and needless to say, I hightailed it back into the house. I explained to my parents in the morning, They said they had heard nothing, and that all I heard was probably a cat. Well, the next day, I pulled up a Bigfoot website and listened to some wave files, and the sounds that I heard were identical to what I had heard the previous night. I was walking our puppy at 2:30 a.m., puppy training. We live directly across from Camp Atterbury, which is heavily wooded on our side. We also share it with Brown County State Park and Yellowwood. I was basically stargazing. I hear a loud howl-type sound, and I've never heard it before. I grew up here, so I know what coyotes, wolves, foxes, owls, and even bobcats sound like. This was not any of those. I have never heard the sound from here. There was one short howl, and it sounded like it was right in front of me. I mean, no more than 140 feet. I moved a few paces to my right, and again, I heard the howl in front of me, as if it moved to the right with me. This time, after the second howl, there was about 4 or 5 short hoops after it. By that time, I was now really freaked out and ran back to my house. My husband and I rented a cabin in Nashville. We had just come down for a year to Indiana. Well, about 11 p.m., we went to bed. Within minutes, our dogs went nuts. My husband got up to check, opening the front door of the cabin. It is covered by a porch, and it was raining pretty hard. The porch light did not work, so it was pretty dark. He closed the door and told me to bring a flashlight and a firearm. I ran out of bed, went to him by the door. He said something was breathing heavy on the porch to the left of the door. At this point, it occurred to me that our dogs were strangely silent, being Akitas that have seen bear, wolf, coyote, and lynx all up close in Alaska. This was not normal behavior. My husband slowly opened the door again, and I was sure enough something was breathing very heavy to just open the side of the door. It also smelt. It was really strong, musky, mixed with soggy old carpet and wet dog. We closed the door again while we chambered around, and I lit the flashlight. We did a tactical to the left, where we heard the sound. It was gone, but wet footprints that looked like they were made with soggy, fuzzy bedroom slippers were across the floor. It had come across our front lawn and up the right side of the porch, across the door to the other side where we had heard it. The prints were close together while passing the first window, and the door, when it fled, it did it in one step. The footprints were a lot larger than my foot in slippers, which is a woman's 9.5 wide. I wondered if it realized what chambering around meant, since we had opened the door twice and it stayed, breathing heavy, right on the other side, right to the side where we couldn't see it. Dogs didn't scare it, and us two talking didn't scare it. That would indicate it had human interaction, maybe with hunters before. Not uncommon with bears in Alaska. A lot of people will chamber around, not wanting to hurt it, but ready to if it gets aggressive. They are smart and learn fast what that sound is. Another strange thing is that the dogs just paced around all night. They did not do this after confronting an 800-pound brown bear in Alaska. Literally. They worked together and chased all the above away from around the home. We lived in a cabin off the grid. Not sure if we have a stinky homeless person wearing bedroom slippers living in the woods, but it was very strange, and my husband was a career ranger. No one to let his imagination run wild. We were stumped. The dogs, 2 of them, pooped in the cabin. Something dogs are known to do when frightened, and these dogs are well housebroken. While backpacking near the horse trails and Access Point in the county below Brown County, I experienced a confrontation with a bipedal primate. It was early March of 1998, and I was all alone. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, after hiking several miles, I set up camp in a wooded area, about 100 yards from the horse trail. Darkness was descending quickly, so I was in a rush to set up camp and prepare my supper. After gathering firewood and getting my fire started for light and cooking, I suddenly began hearing leaves and brush rustling below me and to the east along a ravine that I camped above. At that moment, I thought to myself that it just was a bit early for mushroom hunters and probably too dark for them to see any. Perhaps it's a deer. Anyway, I grabbed my knife for protection, grabbing the flashlight cautiously, and approached the ravine where the noises were coming from. I yelled out in the direction of the sounds and aimed my flashlight. To my astonishment, I viewed a very tall, upright, human-looking being hiding behind a clump of trees close to the stream. The creature stood about 7 feet tall, as I could see his silhouette from the left side of the trees. He was leaning forward and exposing his head to view me. He, or it, was approximately 40 feet from my position, and the light from my flashlight shined into its eyes. I could see that he had dark hair covering his cone-shaped head, and dark eyes in the front of his skull. I knew immediately that this couldn't be a man. Now I was very frightened, yelling out again in hopes of scaring it off. It ran into the stream and away from me, from about 6 feet before ducking behind another tree. I continued to follow him with my flashlight, screaming at him with threats. Now, this went on for 2 to 3 minutes before he took off running down the creek again, out of sight. The rest of the night, I stayed awake near my campfire, fearing a return visit, waiting for daylight to return to my truck. I would have packed out that night, only my truck was in the direction that the hairy biped fled, and I was miles in. This entire situation was very frightening to me. I always thought that if Bigfoot existed, it would be in the Cascades or the Canadian Rockies. I never would have imagined it being here. Scary. Driving westbound, my brother and I were doing approximately 60 miles per hour on Route 224. 3 fire trucks from the Odessa Montour Fire Department were coming in the opposite direction, lights and sirens on as they were responding to a call. Suddenly, this creature darts across the road from our left to right. It was illuminated by fire trucks and our headlights. I yelled to my brother, "Don't hit that kid." That was when we realized that it was not a human nor animal. We thought the lead fire truck was going to hit it. We believed it was spooked by the lights and sirens and panicked. It ran extremely fast on 2 legs, leaning slightly forward with what we estimated today to be a stride of 5 to 6 feet, as the road was approximately 30 feet wide. It was completely blackened from head to toe, approximately 6 to 7 feet tall. It swung its arms in an ape-like fashion at its sides, as if to gain momentum, unlike the way a human pumps their arms and fists for speed when running. That's how we knew it was not a person. The creature did not look in either direction as it darted across the road. It acted like a scared animal. We returned to the site this morning and did not find any tracks. The ground was completely hard and dry at the time. No alcohol was involved. This sighting has stayed with me for a very long time. I didn't want to submit it at first, but based on the number of sightings identified, I'm now moving forward with what I saw. My son and I were driving down County Road 200 in Liberty Hill, Texas. We came to the end and made a right turn on County Road 236. We were heading towards Killeen, Texas at the time. It was also in the morning. At the time, the car I was driving had 2 little plastic pieces on the front of it that were designed to create sound to scare away deer. I got them because my car was a small car. I didn't know if they would help. But as this is an area with a lot of deer, it was worth a try. I'm not sure if this is what scared what I saw. Just after what we made, the right on County Road 236, I saw what I thought was a gorilla on the left side of the road. It appeared agitated, and as we got closer, it ran across the road and climbed into a tree on the other side. At that point, I saw the tree move wildly with the leaves and branches swaying like it was extremely angry or like a strong wind had hit it. As the day was calm, the only thing that could have caused this was whatever jumped into the tree. I didn't look up. I didn't stop due to my son being with me. But that sighting has always remained with me, as it was so unusual. I've seen gorillas in the zoo, and it looked similar. I would say that it was relatively tall and was standing on its hind legs as I got closer to it. It raced across the street in front of us. It didn't seem as tall as I would have imagined, maybe 6 feet. It was hard to tell height from where I was in correlation to what I saw. After this event, though, I checked to see if a gorilla had escaped anywhere near me and didn't find anything. To many, this will sound like a tall tale, but to me, it was very vivid. The only other thing I noticed is that I believed the little sound devices on my car are what caused it to come out and cross the street. I don't remember where I got them now, but I honestly believe that whatever sound came out of them while I was driving was what caused this creature to be so blatant about running across the road in front of us. Otherwise, it could have very easily stayed where it came from, and I would have completely driven by it without even ever knowing it was there. Through the years, I have had several sightings and interactions with what appears to be a Bigfoot and family. We own the better part of the Mystic Woods here in Columbiana, Ohio. When the gas and oil companies began installing pipelines years back, we started having encounters. I'm an engineer by trade, and my wife is a banker. Tonight, yet another sighting by our pond. My wife and I were at dinner, and as we arrived home about 8:30 p.m., a very large, fast gray, silver light brown, covered in fur of course, Bigfoot darted from the bushes in our front into the cattails in our pond on all fours. We both looked at each other and said, "Did you just see that?" The subject was down low and bent in the middle as it moved. Unlike a dog, its undulating movement was not as fluid as a canine. It was not a bear. It appeared to be from 4 to 5 feet at the back and torso, built like a barrel. When it went into the cattails, we were no longer able to see it. It moved incredibly fast and was very large. This evening, I decided to venture out past the communication building as the foliage was still at ease. This was right around Oklahoma City, near a dirt road, actually by a dirt hiking path. So I continued another half-mile up the path to where the power lines cross the river. From here, the river bank drops 15 feet, giving a nice view of the river below. As I approached this area, my eyes were immediately caught by someone down below at the river's edge. What I saw was an all-black figure down at the river edge, about 250 feet away. I thought it was strange. Not many people hike off the trail into the preserve during the summers, nor late in the evening, or ever even past the communication building. As I watched this man down at the river bank, I began to notice subtle little details, like golden red hair in the sunset. I also didn't notice any distinct clothing, but hair alone. At this moment, I remember being very confused as to what I was seeing. Whoever was down at the river began to walk inland using its arms to move the reed bushes. That is what I saw. I saw long hair dangling from its arm, shoulder to hand, and thought, oh my gosh, it's a Bigfoot, I thought. Immediately, I began to reach for my phone without taking my eyes off of this thing. It immediately noticed me. What terrified me the most was I was not able to make out any details in the face as we made eye contact. That's when I ran. I continued to run until I met a couple with their dog back at the building. I'll never forget the look of confusion on their faces when I came sprinting around the corner. I wanted to tell them about my experience, but I continued to run as I thought they would not believe me. The following day, I returned to look for footprints, but was unable to venture into the overgrown foliage. The experience was not enough to scare me away completely. Instead, I was more cautious of the time of day and surroundings. I continued to exercise around here until I moved to Arizona in July of 2019. The week prior, I saw a homeless woman making camp in the woods. Her hair was messy, so I initially thought this was her at first. However, this was 1 mile downriver from where I saw the creature. I've also been told by my coworkers, as he knows I frequently walk the trails. There are other rumors of tree structures deep in the reserve, but these could have been built by teenagers who live in the nearby neighborhood, as I have seen many adolescents with their friends exploring the woods. Who knows, really, what I saw? Earlier this evening, June 5th, 2021, 4 of us were boating at the Salt Fork in Ohio. I live less than 10 miles, so I fished and boated out here for years. This evening, about 8 p.m., lake is very busy with several boats in the ski zone. We decided to take a break from the ski zone and headed back into a cove for a few moments. After going back about halfway into the cove, we all heard a very unusual sound come from our back left, which is a heavily wooded area. It was loud enough to hear over the motor. I shut off the engine so we could figure out what it was. The only way I can describe this sound is like an old mechanical tornado air raid siren that began to wind up. The sound had a very unusual, pronounced low in frequency, or bassy in layman's terms. I mean, you could literally almost feel the sound. There are no sirens located out here. I've never heard a sound like that out here, or anywhere before. We've all heard stories of Sasquatch being out here, but I'm very skeptical of this stuff and joke about it usually on every single outing. I thought it was unusual, but Bigfoot was definitely not my first answer as to what we had heard. After we had got back home and kids in bed, I Googled Bigfoot air raid siren and eventually came across an audio clip called the Ohio Howl from the BFRO website. It's very close to sounding like what we heard, except ours was much closer to us. I want to share an experience my family and I had near Lake City, Colorado, on June 12th, 2021. We have visited Lake City for several years now. Well, several years in a row, I should say, spending a week there each summer. One of our favorite places is Deer Lakes, about 15 miles southeast of Lake City, off of Highway 149. We always spend several evenings out there, fishing, cooking out, watching wildlife. Also, found in that area are 2 ponds known as the Upper Mill Pond, nearest Highway 149, and the Lower Mill Pond, another mile or 2 down the road. On our way to Deer Lakes this visit, we stopped at the Upper Mill Pond to fish, but we saw a cow moose and 2 calves just below the pond eating in the runoff creek. We almost always see moose near Deer Lakes. While we were watching the moose from the cab of our truck, we heard the undisputable sound of a woodknock. At first, none of us thought much about it. until we heard another one. I was in the driver's seat, furthest away from the pond and moose. My daughter was in the back seat on the driver's side, while my wife was in the front passenger seat nearest the pond and moose. The girls thought the sound came from the direction of the pond, but I thought it came from the other direction. The pond and road to Deer Lakes sits in a valley between two ridges. The tree line on the east, or pond side, is only about 100 yards away from the road, while the tree line to the east, or west, or opposite the pond varies. In some places, a few hundred yards from the road, and other places not far off at all. My daughter and I got out the cab of the truck to listen after we all heard the second knock. Then she and I both believed the sounds were coming from the west tree line. We waited, listening, and heard yet another knock. This time, seemingly from a different position from the first two. In a bit, another vehicle stopped to watch the moose. When they arrived, we heard another knock. A third vehicle drove past, and we heard still another knock as it went by. In all, we heard what I would guess to be 8 to 12 knocks, from at least 3 different positions, but all on the west side of the road. My family and I talked about it. It was possible that there was a few guys in the woods making the sounds. Maybe one guy knocked on a tree, then another, and maybe another. It's possible. However, what sealed it as a Bigfoot for me happened later on that night. After we heard the knocks by the upper mill pond, while watching the moose, we went on to Deer Lakes where we planned to fish, but our lines were too tangled. We did get to cook out, though. As the sun went down, we left Deer Lakes but drove further away from the highway, waiting until it got very dark before we went back to town so we could see the stars really well. Just off of Highway 149 on the road to Deer Lakes is a staging area for people to park trailers to unload their ATVs. There's also a forced apartment bathroom there. That is where we parked to stargaze. Now, as soon as we got out of the truck and shut the doors, we heard a knock from the east ridge of the mountains. This tree line is several hundred yards from the road. It was not yet pitch dark. We could still make out the silhouette of the mountain against the backdrop of the sky. But it was too dark to make out any individual trees. I can't imagine any reason any person would be up on that ridge. At that time of night, in the dark, in the cold, just waiting for the possible chance that somebody would stop at that staging area, get out of their vehicle, so they could hoax them with a wood knock. I believed for sure at the time that Bigfoot was in the area. In full disclosure, I am a Bigfoot enthusiast. I watch all the shows, I watch videos on YouTube. I have been a member of forums, but I live near Amarillo, Texas. It's flat, dry farmland. There is no Bigfoot hunting around there. I do always keep my eyes open when we visit the mountains or wooded areas, but this is my first experience of anything that I would contribute in any way to Bigfoot. On a related note, a few years ago on an earlier trip to Lake City and Deer Lakes, my family and I were getting ready to leave Deer Lakes. I had to visit the men's room before we drove back to town, so my wife and daughter were walking up to the path from the lakes to the parking lot. They heard what they described as an incredible crash, very loud and sudden, as an adult male moose was in the upper lake eating when the crash occurred. This moose was frightened so much that he raced out of the water into the woods, scaring my family terribly. When I came out of the restroom, they were at the truck and asked me if I had heard the crash. I had not heard anything somehow. They told me what had happened, and I instantly thought of Bigfoot pushing over a tree in the woods up from the lake. There was no way for us to know for sure. The girls certainly didn't want to go into the woods to investigate further, so we could possibly have had 2 Bigfoot encounters at or near Deer Lakes. I am almost positive we heard them knocking on June 12th, 2021. Thank you for your time, and sorry for rambling on so long about something probably insignificant. but it was my first encounter. I was pretty excited. I grew up in a small town in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It's a very rural area with lots of woods and forests. I never really had any weird experiences until one day when I was 17 years old. My friends and I were driving around, looking for some places to go swimming. We ended up at this abandoned cement factory that was sitting right at the edge of town. The whole thing is surrounded by trees and bushes, so it kind of feels like you're out in the middle of nowhere, even though it's only about 10 minutes outside of town. Anyway, afterwards, I ended up working my shift, which took me really late at night. This is where my story begins. It was a dark night, and I had just driven home from work. As I drove down the long, winding road that leads to my house, I noticed something in my rearview mirror. It looked like an animal of some kind, but it was hard to tell exactly. I mean, there were no streetlights back there. And suddenly, this creature jumped out at me from the trees on either side of the narrow dirt lane. It swiped at my car with its sharp claws, nearly knocking my vehicle off balance with its weight, before disappearing into the woods once more. All I could see for a moment was its glowing eyes, before they blinked out too quickly for me to focus on them any longer. I sped up, and it was now running behind my car, growling the whole time. Once I reached the turnoff that would lead me past the security gate into my house, I floored it. The creature scampered off into the woods, and I stopped seeing it. I couldn't get over how my whole body shook when I saw it lunge at me before jumping back. My heart was pounding so hard that I could feel my pulse in my neck. It was so dark that it was all I could do to keep the last glimpse of its glowing eyes imprinted on my memory. I feel like I would never forget those eyes, and the feeling of terror they provoked. I knew about the Dogman before I ever saw it. I had always been part of my family's history, passed down in story from generation to generation. We all grew up hearing the stories from our elders, and as a child, they were just scary stories to tell on a cold winter's night around the fire with hot apple cider in hand. As you get older, though, you come to understand that some of what they're telling, take it for what it is, a cautionary tale. I don't care if you believe me when I say that I saw the Dogman. It made my whole body shake. All I could see were its eyes, which were like a dull glow in the dark, before it disappeared into the woods again. It was hard to make out anything else, but the creature, again, it was very dark. But I know what I saw and felt. When it lunged at me and jumped back, I had never been more scared in my entire life. I grew up in Washington State and have lived there my whole life. Washington is a beautiful state with so much to offer. The mountains, the ocean, rainforests, deserts. The list goes on. I've been lucky enough to explore this amazing place for most of my life, and now that I'm all grown up and ready to start making some decisions about where I want to live permanently, it's a good time to reflect back on what has made me fall in love with Washington. It's such an incredible place, full of beauty and wonder. I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. One of my best friends and I decided to go camping in the mountains one summer night. We got a lake, so it was pretty dark by the time we made it to our campsite, which was on the other side of this lake. As soon as we set up camp and began cooking dinner, we heard what sounded like a howling, but coming from across the river. We didn't think much of it until we saw what looked like a huge dog loping around the trees out there, and it was coming towards us. I swear, friend, that this thing had glowing eyes, 2 big orange circles, looking right at me. It then quickly disappeared, and we didn't see it for a while after that. But shortly later, we heard some more noises in the distance. Again, it sounded like a large animal running through the woods. After a few moments, we all began hearing twigs snapping and what sounded like something coming close to our campsite. We all became really scared, trying to have a sense of humor about it. But then we saw something standing next to our tent. It was around 6 foot tall on 4 legs, with a shaggy, wolf-like head and fur. The creature ran off into the forest before my friend or I could get a better look at it. It was the scariest thing I've ever experienced. Not only did I feel we were going to die, but I couldn't sleep for a long time after. My mind was racing with thoughts of what could have been out there, watching us, waiting. I mean, I've heard of Bigfoot, but this was a creature I never even imagined even existed before. I'm not much of a believer in Bigfoot, but after this sighting, maybe they do exist out there. Maybe other animals like it exist too. The creature really reminded me of a werewolf, even though werewolves don't exist. Even though the word werewolf doesn't really describe what we saw that night, they actually look more like werewolves. I know, a lot of Native American tribes have legends about something they call the Dogman, so maybe it's connected to that. Or maybe they are just animals out there like him, and we don't really know much about them. I've tried doing some research before shooting you this email, but I've only been successful with finding little details. A lot of the stories out there are pretty old, and only include a few details, or they're accompanied by blurry photographs. I'm really interested in finding out more about this creature or Dogman, so I can feel better after my encounter with whatever it was that night. What do you know about them? Anything might help. Your best guess would be a good place to start. Thanks for your time, friend. I'm not sure what is scarier, the stories of people who have seen it, or the fact that I now live in fear of being one of them. The Dogman has been sighting in numerous states throughout North America, and more recently, sightings have been reported near my hometown. It's being described as a werewolf-like creature, about 8 feet tall, amber-colored glowing eyes, and gray to black fur covering its body. This thing sounds terrifying. While I haven't seen one myself, I'm reaching out to you today to share with you my aunt's first-hand encounter she experienced just last summer. In her words, I was driving out my car around early one morning. There were some deer in the road. I slowed down to help them cross. As soon as they cleared the street, I looked ahead and saw a large gray animal come into view. It appeared to be running on 2 legs, and it cleared the road quickly. Then, it turned its head to look back at me. It was this time I noticed it had glowing amber eyes. I lost control of the car in my shock, and luckily was already slowed down. I was so frightened, I lost consciousness for a brief time, until I woke up to find my vehicle badly damaged. After she came to, she found her bumper ripped off and her front end damaged. She also said that there were deep claw marks along the sides of her vehicle. While some may think this sounds like a miscellaneous animal attack, many more are convinced this is the work of a Dogman or cryptid of some kind. Similar characteristics, of course. They believe these types of attacks have been happening for a long time, all over North America, but most have just never been reported. It would be nice to hear from others who may have either had similar encounters or know more about the habits of Dogmen. Obviously, this left my aunt completely terrified and shaken up. I'm not sure why this creature can't seem to figure out what it wants to do. My aunt says she was unconscious for a brief time after she saw this creature. She woke up to find her car damaged with deep claw marks on the side of the vehicle. One moment, it's breaking into cars and killing people, but now it seems to be more interested in just running them off the road, giving them a warning. It's confusing. It had a perfectly golden opportunity to kill my aunt, but it didn't. Why did it damage the car for? I mean, due to the severity of the damage, it's only natural to assume it was caused by this creature. Anyway, you're the expert here. What are your thoughts on this crazy story? By the way, I 100% believe my aunt. She is very truthful and never really ever makes up stories. She's a very honest person. This was the first time that she had seen this Dogman, but she is certain it was the creature. For one thing, she was completely conscious when the sighting occurred. Also, several other people have reported seeing this Dogman over the past few years. It's been seen in a number of locations all across the country, and most recently, reports are coming out of Michigan. Based on my research, I've found that many people who report encounters with this creature often give very accurate descriptions of it. They also tend to describe how it specifically targets humans. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there have been numerous attacks where the perpetrator has claimed to be the Dogman. This is especially true when dogs are involved, as it seems like the Dogman takes great pleasure in chasing them down before ripping them apart. These creatures are far more volatile than bears. Anyway, get back to me. Let me know what you think of her story. Thank you for taking your time. It's a very common myth that people who have seen the Dogman are considered crazy. However, it's not always easy to tell what's real and what isn't anymore. People are seeing things all around the country, now with their own eyes more than ever, so there must be something to the story. It might sound unbelievable at first, but you can't deny these stories when they're coming from such reliable sources. There were even sightings recorded by a police officer back in 2010 and in 2013. An American Indian tribe had multiple reports of being chased by this large wolf-like creature. What do you think? My grandmother was also an American Indian who belonged to the same tribe. For reasons I'm not going to name the tribe. She and many of the fellow tribesmen saw the same strange wolf-like creature during their hunting trips at nighttime. Their claim was that this animal was roughly 9 feet tall, walked around on 4 legs, and had a face like a fierce wolf with glowing red eyes. It seemed to be stalking them, and they ran as fast as they could to get back to their camp. The next day, when they looked for tracks, they found nothing, but it still gave them goosebumps every time they told their stories. Another story from my grandmother back in the day tells of a disturbing find. 2 young boys who had seen something big and upright in the woods at night. They stumbled out into their front lawn, told their parents about it. The next day, they took their dad back to the place where they saw it, and he discovered an 18-inch long paw print. Something was out there watching them, but what? Then, there was a younger couple, a boyfriend-girlfriend, who reported seeing something like a werewolf coming out of the forest towards them, and it began to growl. They ran inside, but this thing had pressed its face up against their window, watching them for a while. They described it as really scary and grotesque looking. I talked to a few people who live in or around the Manistee area, and they said they've seen things like this before. One of them was an officer who caught something on video camera not long ago, but never made it public. There is another man from North Carolina whose father was also a policeman there. He informed me that his father had a close encounter at nighttime with this strange wolf creature back in 1979, and even now, After so many years have passed, he still gets nervous when it comes to talking about what happened. He said that his father was driving home late one night when he saw a tall figure standing on two legs beside the road ahead of him. He pulled over, being curious, but suddenly, this creature dropped down on all fours, running into the woods. He said its fur covered its entire body, which was brown-reddish, a very wolfish face, glowing eyes, and stood roughly 9 to 10 feet tall, a behemoth of a creature. I think there is definitely something going on here. What are your thoughts?